Welcome to today's City Council meeting today, Monday, July 14th, 2025. I now call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
District 1, Councilmember Casey.
Present.
District 2, Councilmember Vieira.
Present.
District 3, Councilmember Otero.
Present.
District 4, Vice Mayor Martinez.
Present.
Mayor Lopez.
Here. Okay, we have an invocation by Pastor Henry, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody, please stand.
Father, thank you for this place that we come together to make these decisions, to bring these before you, because we know that you are the author of all wisdom. Lord, I pray a blessing over this gathering. Pray a blessing of leadership over Mayor Lopez. I pray a blessing of wisdom over our city council. Lord, I pray a blessing of safety over the chief of police, our fire captain, for the departments that they serve. Lord, I pray for each department that's served here and represented here, our departments of utilities, the Department of Public Works, of Recreation. Lord, I pray a blessing even over the permit department, Lord, because you know we need a miracle. So, Father, bless this meeting with wisdom and be with us for the remainder of it. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all.
We have no presentations. Moving on to citizens' communications. While the city welcomes and encourages participation in the city council meetings, adopted rules allow no more than 5 minutes. Resolution 2007-106 for expression of non-agenda items. Matters under the jurisdiction of the city council and not to the posted agenda may be addressed by the general public. However, California law prohibits the city council from taking any action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda, unless it's determined to be an emergency by the city council. Citizens are entitled to address the city council on any agenda item, subject to the 5-minute provision. Anyone wishing to address the city council must adhere to the rules of decorum. The rules of decorum are posted outside the chamber doors. And we will begin with any representatives here. Seeing none. We'll begin with our yellow cards. Citizens communications is now open. We're going to start off with Ms. Rodriguez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to thank you for your time and for this platform. I believe in the power of local government and making my voice as a citizen heard, and I am here today to plead for the very vulnerable lives of our community and stray cats. While I understand that we all have our own concerns in this town and different matters are important to us, this is not the kind of issue that will go away if ignored. If anything, it will continue to get worse. Kitten season, for those not familiar, is when the most amount of kittens are born in the streets. The warm valley temperatures extend this time, making it an extremely long and hard season for anyone who cares about animals. Each unspayed female cat can bring from 15 to 20 new kittens each year, who struggle to survive, and in 3 to 4 months would start having kittens of their own. The needless animal suffering is a direct reflection on the city. We care enough to make funds for other needs, but every animal is endangered and relies entirely on us, the community, to survive. There has to be a way to make affordable and low-cost spay and neuter available for community cats as well as for owned pets. The citizens of this town should not have to choose between extremely expensive vet care and basic needs, because that is what it's come down to. I don't blame someone who seeks help when they can't keep their animals healthy on their own, or when their current situation has gone out of control and has to make tough decisions. If they ask for help, though, there is no one to go to when that help is needed. The county shelter has an over 6-month waiting period for community cat sterilizations, and low-cost vaccines are only offered a few hours a day and are booked up quickly. The demand is clearly greater than what is available. I, along with some of my neighbors, have been spending out-of-pocket money to trap, neuter, and release feral cats in my neighborhood. The safest, most effective method to control the population and keep every animal vaccinated and as healthy as possible. As a disabled and unemployed student, you can imagine that I can't sustain this for long. But I do it because I've never been one to witness an issue and just complain about it while taking zero action. I beg we come up with a solution that will benefit both burnt-out animal advocates in the valley and the pets we serve. I understand we are not the only county going through this now, as in most places, the shelters are over capacity and there are animals forced to stay in the street facing accidents, illness, and death. But it is an extremely bad situation here now as we have significantly less resources, which I understand is also part of the problem. Helping this population isn't going to bring any financial gains. They won't be able to vote for you or speak up and complain. What it requires is a different kind of moral obligation and compassion that is not rewarded in a capitalist society. The city of Stockton provides $50 spay and neuter, and Monterey County does it for $25. Community cats at no charge. If I had the capacity to solve this issue on my own, I wouldn't be here today. I've done what I can, and I think it is now your turn. If you don't have the time to look into grants, funding, fundraising, or developing some kind of affordable services program, let me know how I can be of assistance, and I'll gladly step in to do what I can. Thank you for your public service and your time.
Thank you very much. Next yellow card is Shirley Rogers.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever. Glenn Perales was in town. He's the one that was in charge of putting the War Memorial in the city park. You know which one I'm talking about? Just nod your heads if you do. Anyway, the War Memorial, the letters and the numbers on it need to be repainted black. So he asked if I would come before you and ask you to look into it. Now that I presented you the problem, may I suggest an answer to the problem? If you would get a hold of the high school's art classes when school starts and the weather's a little cooler, perhaps the art teachers will make that a project and help teach those kids some civic pride. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the audience who'd like to make a comment? Seeing none. Anybody online?
There are no hands raised on Zoom and there were no emails received.
Good, thank you. Citizen communication is now closed. Is there a conflict of interest by any of the members? Seeing none, moving on to appointments to boards and commissions. Measure H, Citizens Oversight Committee and appointments. City Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is the appointment for the Measure H Committee. We currently have 3 vacancies that were effective June 30th of this year. We began recruiting for these positions. They were posted in the Ceres Courier twice in April. They were advertised on the city's website, as well as on multiple social media sites. The final filing date to apply was Wednesday, April 30th. However, at that time, we only had 2 applications, so we extended the recruitment date to May 29th. By that date, we did receive a total of 3 applications. So included in the agenda packet is the applications for each applicant that applied for the position. And back on April 28th, Council amended the council rules and procedure to include appointment processes to boards, commissions, and committees, allowing for open meeting interview processes, which we're doing tonight. So with that said, the applicants were invited to attend in person or via Zoom. They are allowed to step up to the podium or speak via Zoom to give a brief introduction of themselves and an interest statement. So with that said, we will call on any applicants that are here in person or on Zoom to introduce themselves, and then we'll turn it over to council to have a discussion on who they would like to appoint.
Could you briefly tell the audience who the 3 were?
The 3 that applied or the 3 that are?
The 3 that applied, because you only have 3 total, correct?
Correct. So we have Vincent Truffa that applied for a seat. Randy Cerny. Both of those currently occupy a seat on the committee. And then we have Noah Wells.
Okay. Thank you. And now I will invite anybody who is here who would like to make a comment. We can start off with Vincent. Are you here, sir? Doesn't look like I see Vincent.
I don't see him on Zoom either.
Okay, I would like to invite Cerny. Mr. Cerny, if you're welcome to come up and speak if you'd like to. Thank you very much. Noah, is Noah here? You're more than welcome to come up here and speak if you'd like.
Good evening. My name is Noah Wells. I'm a resource planner at the Modesto Irrigation District. And so that involves doing the long-term supply and demand balancing as well as the power supply budget. So I'm familiar with public organizations and public revenue collection and public expenditure. Professionally, I'm a new homeowner here in the city of Ceres. And so I'm just looking to be able to be more engaged civically any way that I can and to be involved. And I feel like this is a spot that I would just like to offer my services however I can. And so I thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you for stepping up. Appreciate that. Thank you for the comments. Okay, so at this time, council, it is up to the council if you guys have any questions or comments. Councilmember Rosalinda.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my question was, I know we had talked about public interviews. Usually we have questions that are related to their job and experience. And I noticed last time we usually have a set questions. And I noticed that wasn't part of the interview process.
So as Fallon mentioned, the council did approve revisions to your rules and procedures for in-person interviews. And under those specific parameters, it states that questions will be included in the application, and it's the same for every candidate. The council will receive all the applications and questions as part of the agenda packet. The idea behind the in-person interview is to allow the candidates to provide just a general introduction and answer the questions if they want, again, in the council's presence, but the council will not ask additional questions. So in terms of the specific questions, we can, I guess, talk about what that looks like in the future, because the questions that were included in the packet were provided by staff.
Right, I understand that. I don't think that's necessarily my question, because in the past we've had a set of questions we've used for every single one of them. So I guess when I voted on that, I thought those were going to be the questions that were attached, and that doesn't appear to be what happened. And I think that's more my concern, because I don't have the answers to the questions that I need to make an informed decision. Not that I don't think these three candidates aren't perfect for the job. It's just more of the processes, because it didn't come across as what I thought it was going to be. It's more of my concern is we didn't do have the standard questions we've used for everyone in the prior and past practice. And that's where my concern is.
Okay, duly noted. So for future reference, what we can do is amend the process if it's the council's wish to have that reflect what previous practice has been.
Councilmember Serena.
I also agree. I was under the understanding that we were going to have those questions with us. But even right now, as it looks, there is questions on the application. There's only 3 lines for applicants to fill in information. Is it unreasonable for us to ask the 3 questions that are on the application to allow the applicant to maybe elaborate more on their answer?
You can, pursuant to the new rules, you can ask the question and have them answer it in person if you so wish. Again, the rules allow for in-person attendance, but it's not mandatory unless the council makes it a mandatory requirement. So I'll leave that up to the council's discretion, because I know you don't have your full 3 candidates here.
Thank you.
Any other council member have any issue on the process for today?
Just agreeing with what both of them said. I thought the point was to streamline and allow us the opportunity to interview and ask them questions in a public forum. Just having them written down and then not having one available to even question is not what I thought I was voting on when it happened. So I would definitely make sure I make a referral to amend the process this evening.
The only other thing I'd mention, we did discuss this at the time, was that there was a concern, or at least a factor for the council to consider, that some individuals may not necessarily feel comfortable being interviewed in person on the spot. And so the idea was that they could submit their answers in written form on the application as they have now. So again, that's for the council's consideration.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. Just when I had this discussion, I remember one of the concerns that was brought forward is Measure H is dealing with our tax dollars. And I wanted to make sure the public was able to hear and read those questions that pursuant to understanding what the tax dollars are used for. And I think that's why those questions are really important. Not to them personally, because I know a couple of them have been on there and have been doing a great job. And it sounds like the new one is going to be perfect as well. I think it's more back to the policy and procedure, is because that's our tax dollars. Those are their residents' tax dollars that they're handling and overseeing. And I think that's why those questions are relevant to me in the application process. And it doesn't appear that that was done.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
No, I was just going to say that if everyone agrees, I would make a motion to accept the applications as they are right now, with the exception of, and you'll have to help me out, modifying the procedure, I guess, as Vice Mayor Martinez mentioned.
Can we reiterate that those specific parameters?
You're asking me to elaborate? I think it would have to be workshopped, wouldn't it? Do we make this mandatory that if we have the interview process that they have to show up and answer these questions? Do we revert back to the old style? I mean, I think it's a little bit too convoluted just to make it one thing right here.
So the options the council has tonight, you can do one of three things. You can move forward with selecting your candidates to fill the vacant positions based off the information you have. You can request that staff go back and make specific changes to the rules and the application process so that we can implement that and start from scratch. Or two, you can essentially take no action on the appointments and then workshop what, now that you've seen it in action, since this is the very first time that we're using the new rules, the new process, what doesn't work, what you don't like from it, and then we can bring back an agenda item in the future.
Would options A and B, are they exclusive or can we do them together? Where I make the motion that we accept the three individuals this evening, but also staff goes back and revisits the process.
Yes.
So I can, okay.
Yes, but revisits the process with either bringing options for the council or with, I think that would be the appropriate motion.
So options as in better interviewing options? So you're saying have options for the council? Do you mean as in interviewing, or am I just going to say
Rules,
rules?
basically new rules, because what I'm gathering from the council is two things. Or one is, are you going to make attendance at the in-person interview mandatory? Meaning if they don't appear, then they're automatically disqualified. So is that one rule? The second one would be the specific questions. So I get the sense that the council wants to incorporate the questions that had been asked previously by a subcommittee as part of this process, is what I'm hearing. So we can figure that out, but those are the two things that I'm hearing are concerns for tonight.
Right.
It doesn't stop the council from moving forward with your candidates, or you can say, no, we'd like to basically change it and bring back, and then renotice and have new candidates.
Can I make a suggestion that we make those two different separate motions? It'd just be more clean.
Yes.
Yeah, because I agree with Councilmember Vieira. This is people's tax dollars at work, and the whole point in changing the procedure we had from a committee to an interview in person in front of the council was for transparency. So making sure that we actually did what we intended to do is important. With that being said, I will make a motion to accept the three individuals that applied here this evening. And then I also want to make a second motion to have these interview process brought back to us with a more structured set of rules.
I'm happy to second both of those.
Fallon, can you call out one at a time?
Yeah, we'll call out on the first motion to accept the application or applicants in front of you. Councilmember Casey,
Before I vote, I think, it's just an ongoing problem that our city has with the communication with the citizens of Ceres. These three candidates seem to be okay, and I'm proud to be voting for them. But the real problem that we have is we put it in the newspaper that probably a third of the people read, and we don't want to spend any money to actually put out an opening. So as long as we continue to do the way we do to advertise the importance of meetings, committees, we'll probably always be faced with this situation. We have 3 openings and it takes us 4 months to get the applications. I vote yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. I will go ahead and call for the second motion to revisit the application process. Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Congratulations to the applicants. Appreciate it. Moving on to consent calendar. All matters listed in the consent calendar are considered routine in nature and will be enacted by a single motion unless otherwise requested by an individual council member or public for special consideration. Otherwise, the recommendation of staff will be acted upon by a roll call vote. And there is a note on here. There is a correction on item number 5. Attachment A, which is also the resolution and has been updated to include the additional information. The updated item has been copied on the green sheet and placed in the public agenda binder. Is there any of the council members that'd like to pull an item on the consent calendar? Mr. Martinez, you go first.
Item 12.
Councilmember Otero.
I have several items I want to pull. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 18, and 20, please.
Councilmember Vieira.
I think she got the ones that I wanted to pull.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Push the wrong button there.
Mr. Casey, go ahead.
4.
Okay, going out to the public, any members of the public that would like to pull an item on the agenda that has not been pulled yet? Seeing none. Bring this item back to the council for motion.
I'll make a motion to approve items 1 through 3, 11 and 12, 14 through 19, and 21 through 28 of the consent calendar.
Wasn't 12 pulled?
18 was
Sorry.
pulled.
So then it would be 14 through 17, and then 19, and then 21 through 28.
Well, can I get a second?
Second it.
Can I get a roll call?
Can I just call
I
back?
apologize. Hold on. Item 12, I pulled. Sorry, I was writing down all the ones that the Councilmember Otero pulled. So let's try this one more time. 1 through 3, 11, 14 through 17, item 19, and 21 through 28 of the consent calendar.
Is it too late to pull? Is that 21?
It's never too late. Pulling 21?
Yeah, with the one that has to do with the new contract for small businesses.
Okay, number 21, which is this one right here. Approving an agreement with Enders, Delamos, this one? HDL companies, okay. Okay, can you please do it again?
Ray Martinez.
That's all right. Items 1 through 3, 11, 14 through 17, 20,
19.
I'm sorry, 19, and then 22 through 28.
Okay. Can we get a second now?
I'll second.
Mayor, did we go to the public to?
Yeah, we already did. We asked them. Shirley Rogers, do you have a number 17? Bullet number 17. Mr. Martinez, you're gonna have to redo it again.
Ooh, hold on, give me a second.
I'll guide you. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so it's 1 through 3, 11, 14 through 16, 22 through 28.
19.
Item 19 as well. Sorry, there you go.
Yep, you got it. Let's go for a second.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
We're going to start off with item number 4. Who pulled item number 4? Mr. Casey, you pulled item number 4. It's all yours.
Sure, thank you. A couple of things. One is that our budget is so tight. I'm wondering, did we spend more money on our balloon activities than was originally planned? There's several different entries, which would make it simpler when we're reviewing this if all those costs were in one category, but they're in several different pages. That's just an observation. The other thing is we have we refunded some unspent money for the resource and recycling grant that we received. I'm wondering why we didn't, I mean, I've heard more times than not when I've argued or discussed something about money and they say, well, it's grant money, it's free. So I'm just wondering, did we request more than we needed? And we also, on our, there's like $5,700 for the grant writer. I'm just wondering again, how much money do we get in return for the $5,700? So, thank you very much.
Finance? Did you catch all those 3 questions? Okay.
I did. Regarding the hot air balloon, everything's sorted by a vendor name, so that's why you see items in multiple places. So if a vendor was paid, if a vendor is paid, multiple vendors are paid for one event, you see them in multiple pages based on the vendor name. I'm going to defer to Joy and how much he has spent on the hot air balloon.
We have spent $13,000 and I believe $568 or roughly around there.
And then regarding the grant, that's going to be for Sam. That was the recycle grant where we had to pay the state back on the funds that were not spent in the fiscal year 22-23.
Do you know what the amount of money we're giving back to the state?
It was around $6,300.
What is that, Mr. Casey?
He says $6,300 is what he remembers that we gave back to the state.
This is something that I need to get in touch with our consultant and also with our analyst to find out exactly what the total amount is. I remember back in 22-23, some of the funding were not used and they were given back to the state. This is something that was out of my control at that time. I have no, I'm not sure exactly how the money was used or not, but I could double check with my analyst and come back with you.
Thank you.
And it's for the beverage grant.
What?
Beverage grant.
That was the beverage, correct.
Okay, thank you. There was one more question.
And then regarding the grant writer, That was how much we have received. I'm going to defer back to the city manager on that item.
So that the last payment was, because our contract runs through July 31st. What we received, we just notified last Thursday, we are receiving the CAL FIRE grant for $1,084,000. On top of that, we've got the tobacco grant, which is around $800,000, I believe, or $400,000. Lieutenant Godfrey. How much was the tobacco grant? Do you recall?
I believe the tobacco grant was upwards of 65 or 70,000.
Okay, and then bulletproof vest grant and others. Those are the ones we have right now.
We received the money.
I'm bringing back the staff report next council meeting to have the council accept the CAL FIRE grant for 1.08 million.
I don't mean to be difficult. How much money have we actually received? That's all.
Right now, I believe we're just short of 800,000.
Thank you.
And Mr. City Manager, I may be confusing that with the OTS grant, so I can get you a.
You don't want to mistake. Okay.
Yeah, I might be transposing those numbers.
Okay. Sounds good. Rosalinda, do you have a question on number 4?
Yes, I do. I had noticed on there were some purchases for stuff regarding this gazebo. Are we having problems with the gazebo already? Is there a warranty on it, or is there a reason why we were making these purchases on the gazebo since it's so new and it wasn't exactly cheap?
We can help you with the page numbers if you don't have.
As far as the gazebo, Ms. Vieira, since we accept, I'm not sure if we accepted the project yet. Have we, Mike? No, okay. So if we haven't accepted the project, the warranty doesn't start until then. And then if there's any purchases for the gazebo, that would be, I'm not sure exactly what that entails, to be honest with you. That I would have to come back with you on that. I have no.
Again, I only had version 2. I didn't have version 3 or version 1, not version 2. So I'm looking at the Whitmore gazebo for Willie, which was page 51, and then page 53 was Johnny Carrillo for supplies and bolts for the gazebo. And so I'm just kind of concerned why we're buying nuts and bolts already for a gazebo that I guess we haven't accepted and isn't finished. So I'm a little confused as to what's going on here.
Ms. Vieira, let me we did have an issue with the breaker during the concert in the park. We were having issue with the breaker popping, so we went ahead and made some adjustments and purchased the breakers to find out exactly if that was a cause or not. So that was where probably that cost came about.
And that's not under warranty.
Well, this is something that we're doing on our own. If that's the case, then we'll go ahead and have the contractor handle that. This was like a trial basis.
Any more questions? Okay. Going to the audience. If the audience has any questions on item number 4, please. Okay. Thank you very much. Bring it back.
I'll make a motion to approve item number 4 of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 5. Who pulled item number 5? Okay, Councilmember, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. This is definitely an item that I do support, and it's something that is going to continue long-term as an investment in our public safety. So the budget planning for our PD is going to be very critical. I do see that the cost is budgeted under contract services, but I just want to clarify, do any of these funds come out of Measure H, or is it a different a different funding source.
City Manager. That's you.
Sorry. So basically, if Measure H, if Axon, if we're using the body worn cameras for the 10 officers that are assigned to Measure H, then we use that money to pay for those the cameras from Measure H for those officers specifically and no more.
Thank you. And then I also just wanted a little clarification. I see that there's a large jump in costs from year 1 to year 2 through 5.
Yes, ma'am. So we reached out to Axon and explained to them that we were a little financially strapped this year. And so they rearranged the contract for us and backloaded it instead so that we'd be better prepared later on to pay the higher fees and not initially write off on the contract.
I do see that the resolution was amended to add the TASER 10, so that was good. Thank you.
Mr. Casey?
Sure. In the contract, the resolution that city manager, it states, if I read it right, I don't always read things maybe the way they are, but it says we're also giving you authorization to spend up to $240,000 if something's needed. Is that the way I read that?
That's a different item.
What is?
That's not Axon.
Thank you.
Rob, Mr. Casey? Councilwoman Vieira?
Thank you. And I think my question is pretty much what Serena had asked initially. And I didn't know what the answer was, but are we going to be able to withhold or withstand that kind of budget hit next year and in the next, I think it's 4 years in the contract? And do we have steps in place to make sure we can continue it?
Yeah, we staff worked with the police department administration and molded this so it'd be more palatable for the city and more acceptable and sustainable for us to keep going this way.
Thank you.
Members of the public for item number 5? Seeing none.
Make a motion to approve item 5 of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 6.
Thank you, Mayor. 6 and 7, I believe, go together. So is it okay for me to talk about both? Okay. I just wanted to confirm if the special taxes for the Community Facilities District 1 and 2, wasn't there an approval last year sometime to increase those?
Thank you for your question, council member. So yes, every year we bring back the collection and levy of the CFDs, and the CFD tax is actually increased by the CPI to a maximum of 4%. So if the CPI was 5%, we would only raise them by 4%. But last year the CPI was 2.9%, and so that is what we raised the tax by every single year.
Is this something that is required by law to do the increase every year, or can it be every other year?
That part I don't know. I'll defer to Newbie on that one.
It's capped by the original authorization that authorized the increase. So it's a council decision if you want to essentially underfund, because that's what you'd be doing if you don't increase by the CPI. But those amounts are generally studied on the front end with your study that's presented. What is it, is it 5-year cycles?
Every five years, I think, is the actual presentation on it.
Right. And so as part of that authorization, the council sets the rates and allows for an annual increase for the CPI. But yes, it's a council discretion if you don't want to, but essentially you would be underfunding, and that will have an impact on the next study and may require a bigger jump if there's underfunding.
Thank you both.
Councilmember Vera.
Thank you. Guess my question was, I noticed in the budget when we approved the budget at the last council meeting that there was a gap in our LLDs. I was just wondering if we've analyzed to see if that is something that needs to be across the board or certain areas, because I know we have some new parks and some new areas that have been developed, which may not necessarily have benefited everyone equally. So I just want to make sure we're not taxing certain areas of town that are not reaping the benefits that are being reaped in other areas, and that we're being fair all the way across to everyone equally. And I think that was but I did see the gap in the budget. So I do know that there's a significant gap. I just don't know if we're checking to make sure it's being funded correctly.
Councilmember, I guess the big thing is there's the LLDs and then there's the CFDs. The CFDs for services a lot of times cover police, fire. They cover landscape, and they're generally, so we have, anytime developments happen, residential developments happen, we bring them into the CFD. And those apportionments get recalculated with every subdivision that comes in, and it sets the rate for that subdivision. CFD 1 and 2, the way that they are set up, we bring houses or residences in as they develop, if they go into CFD 1 or 2, and that's how they're charged. The LLDs, the landscape and lighting districts, are charged in essentially the same way, but generally they are for the landscaping that is around their area, the lighting that is around their area. Same thing with CFDs. The only thing that CFDs include that really the landscape and lighting districts don't is police and fire service on top of the landscape and lighting.
And this is just letting us know that you're looking into it. This isn't actually a proposed increase, or is this the proposed increase?
No, this is a proposed increase of 2.9%.
Any more additional questions, Councilmember? Okay, go out to the audience. Anybody who has a question? Mr. Warren.
Good evening, council members. John Warren from the city of Ceres. On these two tax districts, I think this is commonly referred to as Mello-Roos, am I not correct? And so most of the general public don't understand special tax area 1 and special tax area 2. So when you address this, why don't you just say it's Mello-Roos? It's a special tax on these group of houses that are different from the rest of the city. And these people are paying more money. Previous councils have voted not to increase this tax, especially back during COVID. The council did not increase these taxes. Doesn't mean that the districts are going to go away, that if that happened this year, you just wouldn't receive 2.9% more, and it would stay the way it is until it came up next year. And then you could decide if you wanted to increase it up to 4%, depending upon what the rate was. So I just think you should address this so the general public knows what you're talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Anyone else? Okay, bring this item back to council for motion.
I'm going to make a motion to approve items 6 and 7 of the consent calendar, and I know that we will have to vote on them separately.
Do we have to go out, do the same process for number 7? Open it up.
We took them together.
We took them together. Just wanted to verify. Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Looking for a second. Is there a second? I will second. Roll call, please.
Just to confirm, Nubia, are we calling for a motion for each one? We're not doing a roll call right now for 6 and 7?
The motion was for both, but separately. So basically take a vote on 6 and then on 7.
Councilmember Casey,
No.
Councilmember Vieira,
No.
Councilmember Otero,
No.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
No.
Motion fails 1-4.
Moving on to item number 8. Is there any member? Okay, let's move to number 8. Okay,
I'm
see.
sorry, that was for the first resolution. So now we'll take a vote for.
Oh, sorry. I need some coffee. Go
Okay, so
ahead.
we have the same first and second. Vice Mayor Martinez the first, Mayor Lopez the second, Councilmember Casey,
No.
Councilmember Vieira,
No.
Councilmember Otero,
No.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
No.
Motion fails 1-4.
Now we can go to 8. Okay, who has number 8?
I have number 8 and 9. Again, can I just, with my question, can I ask this together? Is that acceptable, Nubia?
8
and 9, yes.
They're related? Yeah, so
Well, actually, they're not related, so let me
just
separate.
separate them.
So first for number 8, I didn't see a breakdown of costs in the staff report. Does it just depend on the service that you're asking for at the time when it's needed?
That is correct. We ask for individual projects depending on the need of the city and the department for the project.
Okay. So that would answer my question in number 9 as well. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Any council members have any questions? Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you. I guess I was looking over the contract. I saw there were some non-prevailing wages in there, and I was a little confused because I didn't think we were allowed to contract out and do work at non-prevailing wages. I was just kind of wondering why that was in there.
And so thank you, council member. So some work that is done, generally field work that is done with the city needs to be prevailing wage work. Surveying out in the field needs to be prevailing wage. On the geotech contracts, for instance, the drilling, when they come out and they drill, they need to do that under prevailing wage. As soon as they go back into the office, however, the office work is actually not classified in prevailing wage, and therefore they get paid a standard wage. So if we were having a civil engineering firm do some drafting, or the survey work was being drafted in the office, then that work is actually not prevailing wage. And those are taken in, those rates are actually taken into account in both forms, whether they're what we consider local rates. Some of them you'll see 2 different fee schedules, and one of them that is on what we call a 10H form, which is essentially a cost plus a fixed fee, which is a state and federal form that we need to use for grant funding. So depending on what classification they're doing is whether it's considered prevailing wage. The easy way to look at it, though, is in the field, it's definitely prevailing wage if they're out and about in the field. If they are in the office, generally speaking, it is not prevailing wage in the office.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any other council members have any questions? Going out to the public on this item, any questions? Bring this item back for a motion.
Make a motion to approve item number 8 of the consent calendar.
I'll second it.
Roll call.
Councilmember Casey, Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 9.
Thank you. Mr. Beltran answered my question already with item number 8. It was the same question.
Any additional questions, Councilmember Vieira?
I do. This one was just, I wanted to motion on there because I'm big on local labor, and I saw that you actually had a local contractor in there, which was GBR, which is actually here in Ceres. So I just want to make sure that I appreciate you looking for local contractors to actually work in the city of Ceres that are city of Ceres businesses. So I just wanted to make sure I pointed that out, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any additional questions from the council? Going out to the public? Bring this item back. Rosalinda, would you like to motion?
Sure, I'll motion to approve item 9 on the consent calendar.
Looking for a second?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey,
Aye.
Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 10. Who pulled number 10? Oh, you did? You guys just keep helping me out here. It's not.
Thank
Number 10, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a really quick question. For city manager, did the various agencies who are going to be using this training facility already pay their portion into all the costs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question that I had.
Councilmember Vieira.
Kind of in line with what she said, I just wanted to see how much of the contract was actually going to be hitting our budget and if it was similar to and if it was going to be offset by the other contracts.
This is a completion, which means it's already complete. It was last year's budget. So this
Perfect.
shouldn't hit anything.
Thank you.
Any additional comments from questions from the council? Members of the public? Seeing none, bring this item back for motion.
A motion to approve item 10 on the calendar.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Casey.
No.
Councilmember Vieira.
Yes.
Councilmember Otero.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Item number 12.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lieutenant Godfrey, how are you doing this evening, sir? I just wanted to read a quick little statement from the staff report. It was determined based on our lack of amenities, plumbed bathrooms, and classrooms that our fees are not too high. However, there was room for a slight increase in our annual fees. With that being said, I'm definitely in favor of this proposed fee increase, and I appreciate the collaboration our officers do with other agencies in the area. But I think we need to take this opportunity to start budgeting for essentials like classrooms for the officers to field strip their weapons. Perhaps we can have safety courses there to put in plumbed restrooms so that our officers at the range at night aren't using porta potties. I mentioned this once before, and I just wanted to bring it back up again. Again, I am in favor of the fee increase and continuing to rent our gun range out to other agencies, but we need to start investing in that facility for our local officers as well.
Councilmember Casey.
Where does the money go that we collect for the fees from not just this agency, but the other agencies?
So we have a range fee that we charge for other agencies, and it goes into a range fee fund. And as of now, those funds are accumulated into this fund for range maintenance, any type of repairs that we need to make. It's an ongoing process that we use internally for range maintenance, and we're truly saving money, as Councilmember Martinez said, in hopes that we can, gather enough funds at some point to help assist with putting in classrooms, putting in, plumbing for restrooms, things like that.
So how much is in that fund now?
I believe there's over 100,000 in there now.
So right now, for toiletry, we just have the plastic tub out there.
Yes, sir.
So who makes the decisions to make these improvements?
We have a range fee committee along with, I think we're trying to work with Mr. Beltran to try and develop plans so we can have a permanent structure out there along with plumbing.
How far along are we on that?
So we have started looking at it. Generally, a restroom, just for a 2-stall restroom, generally runs in between $250,000 and $400,000. So we are working with PD. We're starting to get the plans together, and then as soon as we really have the funds, we can proceed with the project. But until then, we're essentially, I'll say, taking it slow at this point until we have funds built up.
Thank you.
Councilmember Otero. You're good? Okay. Going out to the public. Bring this item back for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve item number 12 of the consent calendar.
A second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Casey.
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira.
Yes.
Councilmember Otero.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 13.
I pulled that item. I have a question for the city manager. How is the percentage determined for our city? Because I know it's all broken up between every city in the county. And was there a different percentage in years prior?
It's my understanding that the Major L was decided by the voters and the percentages were cited back, what, 10 years ago, Mike?
Yes, 2016.
So our percentage is 6.36% that we receive.
Thank you. And then also, obviously, transportation improvements are necessary over the years. And I just want to ensure that when we are looking to make these improvements, that we do get community input. I know there's some long-term projects that you have that you're looking towards working on. And one of those is the bike route from Eastgate to Faith Home. Is there any information you can provide about that?
Thank you, council member. So that project right now, we're in the middle of reprogramming. TID has essentially had a policy change that they no longer want bike paths on their canal banks. And being that this needs to be a separated bike path, we're looking at options at actually widening Hatch Road in that area and being able to put in a separated bike path along the actual roadway with some sort of barrier in between the vehicle travelway and the bike path. So right now we're kind of in a reprogramming look. We do have some grant funds for that project that we don't want to lose. So we will be looking at those, trying to get that situated so we can use the grant funds and hopefully widen Hatch Road at that point in time, which would come back to you guys as a CIP project.
Thank you.
Any additional comments from the council? Members of the public? Bring this item back for motion.
Make a motion to approve item number 13.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 17. Surely.
Shirley Rogers series. Why are they getting rid of the dog? Is it retiring?
Yes, ma'am.
So but it was considered like an officer. I mean, it was a part of the department, right?
Yes, ma'am. He,
Shouldn't sell it, just give it to him, please. That's embarrassing to sell it to the officer. You should provide a good home for the dog, and if you found one, there should be no cost. Your decision.
Mr. Godfrey, can you explain?
You want me to take it, Jeff? So reason we sell it, I think we're selling for what, $1? So for $1, we can't just give it to him because then it's gifting of public funds. And then that goes directly to the handler. So the handler gets to keep the dog.
Thank you for your concern. Bring this item back for any questions from the council. Go ahead, council member.
With following up on that conversation, would it be okay then, since we have to sell the dog for $1 to the owner, would it be okay for a member of the community to donate that $1 in lieu of having the officer having to pay for his own dog?
You're kind of making it convoluted. It's just $1, but somebody could probably donate the money to
I think we have a member of
the officer, and then the officer can pay it out of his own pocket.
Yeah, if there's a private arrangement between a member of the public and the officer, that's outside of the city's purview. But from the city's perspective, the idea is that we can't give something of value to someone who is basically treated differently than other individuals. But with that in mind, it's nominal. The idea is it's supposed to just meet a legal requirement and not be financially onerous on the officer.
Okay, I just want to, I knew we couldn't do a gift of government funds, so I knew that that was a law because it applies in the school setting as well. But I just wanted to make sure that in the event that there was someone in the community that wanted to do this outside of the council and the dais, that they're able to do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the public have any comments additional? Back to the council.
Make a motion to approve item number 17 of the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 18.
Thank you, Mayor. So a few months back, I had inquired about this similar project in District 3 that was happening. I just wanted to confirm that the project in District 3 has been complete.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, that project is complete over in the Eastgate area.
Thank you. And also, I think it's great that we're continuing to look at improving the sidewalks and making those repairs, especially just to be in compliance with the ADA requirements.
Any additional comments from the council? Members of the public? Bring this item back for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve item 18 of the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey.
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira.
Yes.
Councilmember Otero.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 20.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, thank you, Mike, for continuing to work on this project. This is a big one. It's our Service Road, Mitchell Road interchange. It's been in discussion for many years now. I just really want to make sure that we don't continue to waste money on a project. It looks like you've been working hard at making sure I guess you eliminate some of the funding was supposed to be spent and going with a different contractor. When do you anticipate this entire project to complete at this point?
The entire project, probably you're looking at open to traffic in 2032, provided that right now the StanCog, their priority right now is 132. That's well known. So if, for instance, if that project were to get delayed or need funding when we need funding, we would essentially not go after that funding, because getting two projects funded within the same county is pretty rare when it comes to federal funding. We will need federal funding for the project. So I say that with a caveat that if everything were to go perfect, 2032, but there are many ways that schedule could slip. The goal is definitely not to make it another 20 years, though. I'll promise you that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you. And thank you, Otero, because that reminded me of something I didn't ask and I didn't know. Did we end up requesting any of the funding that was being offered for transportation from our congressman? Because I know I received that email that I forwarded you, and I didn't know if we took advantage of that opportunity. Doesn't mean we're going to get it, but I didn't know if we had asked.
We did ask, yes.
Thank you.
Any other council members have any questions? Members of the public? Seeing none, bring this item back.
Make a motion to approve item number 20 of the consent calendar.
Second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey.
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira.
Yes.
Councilmember Otero.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 21. Vieira, is that yours?
Yeah, let me. I guess with this, my concern is I believe it's $81,000 to notify the businesses of their business license. And in a time when we don't necessarily have the budget funding, I'm just concerned about the spending money it looks like 75,000. I thought there was somewhere else where it said 81. So I'm just concerned about spending money that we don't have, especially since it's not budgeted monies. Yeah, it said $75,000 to do mailing, and then $200,000 if it's done quarterly. And this stuff wasn't budgeted, so I'm just kind of concerned. And then additional $81,000 from general that doesn't look like it would be coming. It wasn't budgeted, so I'm just a little concerned about spending money we don't have.
So I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy Director of Finance to explain why we're going with HDL.
So as we're working with the transition into a new vendor, the current vendor that we have in place has provided information that there's additional businesses that receive quarterly reporting. And that was information that was not shared with our team, with the finance team and the economic development manager. So based on that information and the price increase and the implementation, we under budgeted. At the time that we released the budget for 26, we were in agreement that we were going to stay with the current vendor that we had. And upon negotiating with the current vendor and this new vendor, we realized there was an increase in cost. And we're going to be working on cleaning up the data, making sure that all the quarterlies are being sent out and doing some process improvements in our end and with the new vendor to try to find additional savings, but where we can definitely collect additional revenue for the business license and do a little bit more of the public outreach and connect with those businesses and the taxpayers. And we're going to be working closely with Julian in that matter.
Any additional questions, Councilmember?
No, so I don't even know where to start with this. 'Cause I sent a lot of questions in because I'm just. So the amount that was budgeted in the budget that we just approved is not the actual amount. And then the amount is coming in significantly higher than was budgeted.
That's correct.
And are those two amounts between the two companies similar? Or are they significantly different? And how much different are they?
So the proposed increase that we have with the contract that we attach to this item is $25 for each quarterly, for each mailing that they're going to be producing. So the taxpayers can go ahead and report quarterly, but we're going to be working and doing some process improvement. And then instead of sending them quarterly, we would send them annually with every quarter attached to that annual renewal of the business license. And it would save us some costs in having to send those quarterly to every business and taxpayer.
So what's the price? Well, I'm because we log in now currently as a small business. I log in every quarter. I know my due dates. I may or may not get the mailing, so I admit that I didn't get mine. But I already know every quarter I have to report my mail tax, and I just log in and do it. So that's why I'm just a little confused why you want me to accept, what is it, $59,000 every quarter to do the mailings plus an additional $81,000 with the change to notify businesses. And that's where I'm just, and $25 a quarter to mail a piece of paper in an envelope.
Correct. So most of our businesses don't do the online portal like you're doing for your business. So they're having to do a lot of the mailing and having to send those reminders that their quarterlies are due. And this is what the vendor is doing. So we were in the previous agreement, we were paying $10.61 per mailing, but that increased for a proposal of $25. HDL is going to be charging us $20 per mailing.
Councilman.
That's under the fiscal impact section.
So you said it's revenue was going to charge us 25 and HDL is going to charge 20 per quarter.
That's
But we
correct.
still have the $81,000
That we're asking in addition to.
and then the $59,000 a quarter.
Yes.
Councilman Villar. So what happened at the end, after we'd already had moved forward with the budget, our old ones that we were getting away from sent us a bill for $59,000 and said, hey, by the way, this is your price moving forward. And you don't just have 618 businesses, you have 3,618 businesses. And which was a shock to finance and everybody else working with this, because we never came across that. When we talked to our old licensing people, they said, oh no, we've been doing this. We just haven't been charging you because we didn't get a new contract. So now we're catching up. And so it was going to be $59,000 a quarter. And so that's when we engaged in HDL, started talking to them, and come to find out they're going to be charging us less, but we still have to make up for that. So originally when we came and brought the budget forward, we were budgeting for, I think, $81,000, but it's going to be considerably more. So that's why we're asking for more to make this happen, so we can actually send out the bills and everything for this business licenses.
For the additional 3,000 businesses that weren't originally billed and or not paying, is that what I'm understanding?
No, they were paying from our understanding, but what we believe is they're sending out license renewals for every contractor, and you know, like somebody's putting on a roof or something, all of a sudden they're saying, oh yeah, we're charging them, and we're going, give us a list of all the licenses you're giving. And I don't think to this day they provided it, Sonia? Yeah. They have failed to do that, but that was their price saying moving forward is going to be $59,000 a quarter. And so that's how come we engaged HDL. HDL sits there and goes, no, we're going to charge you, considerably less, but we still have to charge you this amount. And so we're going off the numbers that the other people gave us, so we have a good basis and not having to come back and go, oh yeah, by the way, we need more money to get through the rest of the fiscal year.
So it's going from $59,000 a quarter to $81,000 a quarter, or the other way around? Because I'm looking at page 1357 from, again, I only had Amendment 1. I didn't have Amendment 2 with me on page 1357. So that's where I'm a little confused on those amounts. And it was on page 1355 as well. So that's why I'm just trying to figure out what the differences are, because again, this is hitting our reserves. This is our budget. And that's where my biggest concern is. And if we don't have the money, we have to learn to adapt within the means that we were provided and given.
I have a question for finance. So could you give me a breakdown between the two? So the original contractor and the increase, what's the total with that, with the increase where they told you guys that you had to pay?
So we had budget of $44,000 in 26 budget.
I know, but the contract prior, when they asked that, when they.
So we did not have a contract in place. The contract actually had to expire September 28th of 2024. And prior to that contract, when they were selling the mailing and not receiving any response from the actual taxpayer, they were not charging us for that mailing. That changed, and now they're charging us. They started charging us for every mailing they were sending out. And that's why we've seen the increase that the city managers talked about, saying that now it would be $60,000 a quarter because of every mailing they're sending out, regardless if the taxpayer is responding or not, or sending us a renewal of the license.
So that would be 60,000 times 4?
Yes.
Okay, so how much is that? 240, right?
Yes.
And we own, and I'm just not a trick question. And it's 44,000 is what we budgeted?
That's correct.
Okay, now tell me how much the new contractor is charging us.
So the new contractor is charging us $20 per mailing. But I mean, we're going to be working with what I want to kind of specify is that this is information we're receiving from the current vendor we have in place. We're not sure if all those businesses that receive a mailing notification in the last quarter are accurate numbers. So our plan is to work with HDL, do some cleaning of the data, make sure that all those taxpayers should be receiving quarterly so we can start paying those mailings, and create a process improvement in our end to make sure it's only active businesses are receiving that information.
I understand that, but how much is the new contractor going to charge you in total for the whole year?
It's based on the mailing, so it just depends how many mailing they send out.
So your suggestion of the amount that you put down is based on just a cushion? So you're just.
I mean, there's additional items. There's the one-time implementation fee of $5,000 that we're going to have to be paying. There's also where they're going to be helping us identify new business owners or those that are not being compliant, whereas there's a 40% on that. So it's a mixture of different items within the contract. It's not just to send those renewals.
So in your personal opinion, if we stick with the old vendor, it's a lot of money.
It is a lot more money.
In comparison to, so regardless of whether we chose the old vendor or the new vendor, we're under budget.
The business administration side of any vendor was going to be increased regardless if it's the current vendor that we have or the new vendor who we moved to.
So in your personal opinion, who's the best vendor to go for?
My recommendation is to move over to the HDL. We've had a lot of complaints from our taxpayers that they're having a hard time getting a hold of the current vendor that we have. So this is why we seeked other vendors. We met with them. We kind of discussed some of the issues. We looked at surrounding cities who are using HDL and looked at the software that they're providing, information reports that they provide to us, and we'll be able to work with them.
What would happen if we choose none?
We would have to bring it in-house.
We would have to hire somebody specifically just for business licenses, and I don't think
Would that possibly cost more?
We would need a software. We would need an individual to manage. Definitely get yourself educated on business license, because it's not just sending a quarterly. There's different items that you have to get familiar with.
Thank you very much. Those are
You're
my
welcome.
questions. Councilmember Casey, your button was pressed.
Thank you. So when I came to the city and as a council person, I noticed that there were a lot of voided businesses that weren't posting city licenses. So I asked the then community development person to provide me with a list. I have a list of 2,800 businesses that have licenses in series. And, you know, communication and money, that's pretty important in your marriage in this business, in the city. So, and of course, one of the issues is code enforcement, because 15 years ago, 20 years ago, that was kind of a duty to make sure, stop by Casey Moving Systems and make sure your license was posted. So I'm really perplexed that this conversation has been going on. Again, I have a list of 2,800 businesses that had business licenses at one time. I'm dumbfounded.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. I have that list as well, but I have a follow-up question because I don't think it was answered by Ms. Vieira. How much was the new vendor charging annually outside of the $25 per transaction? Did they tell you any specific number, or did they just say?
We did not seek additional services with the current vendor that we have.
Okay. So that then your proposal for the budget is just, like I asked earlier, is like a figure, and that might change?
It can change. I mean, like I said, we're going to be working with our taxpayers and creating a cleanup of that information and making sure that everyone who is the registered business owner does get that renewal, and sending one mailing rather than 4 mailing with all the quarterlies included, so we can do some cost savings. We had postage just go up as of, I believe it was today, to 78 cents. So that's going to be additional cost that we're seeing that's coming to us from our vendors who are mailing items out. So I believe there is going to be some cost savings there once we start working with the vendor and doing some cleanup from our side and the economic development side as well.
Okay. City manager wants to make a comment. Thank you.
Just real quick. So Sonia, what's your best guess? How much is the annual cost going to be for HDL?
For just the mailing side of the business license?
Everything. We got to comparing apples and apples.
For everything?
The same thing we'd get from the current vendor.
So the current vendor is not doing any of the recovery service, just so you guys are aware. They're not following up and collecting any tax that is any of the late quarterlies from our vendors. So we're losing out on revenue there. They're not doing that. This vendor is going to be doing this.
Okay.
They do, because they've sent me notices in error that I owe past due taxes, and I have to send them copies because I file electronically, so I have access to those copies. So I don't know how accurate that information they're providing you is, because as a business owner here in Ceres for the last 13 years, I know that I have to send copies. I'm not saying that their paperwork obviously is 100%, because I'm having to send in copies of the forms that I filed electronically. But I do know they send me notices.
And this is just based on we used to sit in monthly meetings with them. So this is just the information that we're sharing with us.
Question, why did the monthly meeting stop?
So with the current vendor, because it's a month-to-month contract with them. So they're limited in providing information to us. They're limited in holding what they need to do. So when it comes to the recovery, with this new current vendor, we'll be working with them to eliminate some of the business licenses that they're mailing out, that the business is no longer. In the last couple of months, I've been trying to go out and look at the businesses where we get a report that the business has not replied. And so we're going out there and trying to get them they won't close them unless they get a letter from the taxpayer indicating that the business is closed. So we have several businesses that are closed, but are still receiving notices for their quarterly reports. And it's like a selective businesses, we find out. But when we got the last invoice from them, it was a surprise because prior to that, the invoices were not as high. But when they, I guess, felt that we were in a transition, they kind of gave us the big bang. And so therefore with which this new current vendor is that they are going to be more accessible, more streamlined for our taxpayers. So it's going to be easier for the new businesses. They're willing to work closely with us. Significant, yes, the cost-wise, because we didn't budget it. We're asking for the 81,000, but that is just to give us the cushion to move forward with the new tracking for the business license and getting them out. Right now, we had, I think there's 40 new businesses that applied for business license that I'm holding in my department until we can figure out what we want to do. It is very time consuming. So if we did take it in-house, it is very time consuming. We would have to hire one specific individual for this position. The new vendor that we are requesting is willing to work with us so that the cost of the mailing will go down significantly if we do yearly. We plan to do a social media and email request to the current businesses to get those quarterlies on their calendars to pay. So those mailings aren't going out on a quarterly basis, and therefore that will reduce the cost for this current vendor.
It sounds like they were, meeting with you month to month, so they were having communications. I'm not quite sure why that stopped. So saying this new vendor is willing to sit down with you and have open conversations, it sounds like the current vendor was. I wouldn't feel comfortable voting on this, not knowing the exact amount of businesses we have or the total amount of money that we're willing to spend. And you said 81,000 was a significant increase. I would use a larger word for $81,000. That's a lot of money. So my recommendation would be that we pause this until we get more accurate figures, maybe table this for another council meeting.
Serena.
Thank you. I'm thinking along those lines as vice mayor. It sounds like this new company is going to be more efficient and they're communicating a little bit better, which is great. But I don't see the breakdown, unless I missed it, of how many vendors they're going to be working with or how many business licenses there are. And then also you mentioned that, Sonia, you mentioned they will contact those that are out of compliance. Where's the accountability to make sure that they are doing what they're supposed to be doing?
So they're going to be providing us we're going to have the monthly cost with them and the monthly report of those who they're reaching out. And they're going to be collecting, and that comes separate, that's separate revenue to the city when they're collecting that additional revenue from those business owners that have not provided. The current vendor, just so you guys are aware, has not sent out the quarterlies that for Q2. So that would be revenue that we're missing out because nobody has sent out quarterlies for the last quarter for Q2 for businesses to report. All this is general fund that comes in from those business license.
Thank you. And one more question. Because it looks like this was being negotiated while we were going through budget. Is there any other contracts that are currently in negotiation still when it comes to using outside service that may be coming up on our agenda soon?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, because it's a evolving environment that we have here. There could be more coming up. Not right off the top of my head, I can't think of any right offhand. I take that back. Yeah, there's possibly one coming up next council meeting.
I'm thinking of more along the lines of this kind of contract where it's like a long term, you're in the middle of changing from one vendor to another.
Not right offhand. I mean, this one came up and we had meetings back in July and August when they said, hey, your contract's coming up in September. And we met a gentleman said, oh yeah, I'm new point of contract. I'll send you the contract, or new point of contact, and I'll send you the contract. And it was crickets for 60 days, and we kept calling them and going, hey, we need to meet. They finally I got the mayor involved saying, hey, we need to have them contact us. And through him, we finally got a hold of their director of public relations or whatever, because they sit there and go, well, we're not going to do anything until you pay us. We're not going to give you any information. And that's what we base our budget on. And that was part of the problem going forward with the budget, because they were holding hostage of how much not sales tax, but business licenses were actually coming in, where we could sit there and project it out. From there, we started having talks, and our current vendor, we've lost all trust in, because then they send us a bill out of the blue going, oh yeah, by the way, you have 3,000 and we're going to bill everybody. And whether they pay or not, you have to pay for it. And that's what caused a lot of consternation amongst the finance department, because it's like, well, wait a second, you're not chasing these people down. Yes, they mail out a notice, but they don't chase them down and sit there and go, hey, you have to pay for it, or we're going to send it over to liens or make sure it's done. What our current vendor was doing was every quarter, you'd get a new business license, new number and everything, which made it really ridiculous to try and track of who's getting, who has a current business license, because every 3 months you had a new number. Whereas this new vendor that we're looking at is going to have, once a year, you're going to get there and here's your number, and you can post it up there. Not every 3 months you have to take it down, put a new one up, and you have to make sure you're getting it in the mail. And plus, they were at times, we were hearing they were 3, 4, 5 months behind in mailing out the business license, or some people weren't even given it at all. And so that was a problem. And so that's what really pushed us towards looking at other vendors and saying, hey, there's got to be something better out there. The finance department wasn't happy with changing, because there's a huge changeover in doing this. But this controls our business license. So if we don't approve this tonight, then our business license stops going out to anybody, or we're not collecting anything. And that's what's going to hurt us in our general fund, because we're projecting this amount coming in. What we weren't happy with is because they said, oh yeah, here's 3,000 businesses that were unaccounted for that all of a sudden popped up. We're going, wait a second, you've been charging us 600 a quarter. What happened? And why did a huge jump? They couldn't really explain it, except for, oh yeah, we haven't been charging you for 10 years. And I know Mr. Casey sits there and says, yeah, it has a list of 2,800, but 10 to 1, that's probably contractors coming through who did a 1 or 2 day job, and they're counting that as a business license. And with our current contractor, they'd sit there and they'd continue sending that same person, even though he's done putting on the water heater or whatever, they're still sending him a business license to have him renew it and charging us, and he or she is long gone. And so that's what is really pushing this decision to try and move forward to go to a different one, and that's HDL, who's willing to work with us, transfer all the information over, and help train our people going, okay, this is how we're doing this, and giving us updates, and work with our finance department to make sure that we're able to meet our goals and make sure our budget's secure with the amount of funding that we anticipate, or revenue anticipate coming in for the fiscal year.
Thank you.
Rosalinda?
Thank you. And like I said, I've been in business here in Ceres long enough when we used to have it in-house. So I used to come and drop it off the same place you come and pay your bills. So I do remember the process very long time ago. Didn't really get an answer regarding the implement, how much it's going to cost us, like apples to apples, because I'm looking at 81,000 times 4. We're looking at 324,000, plus you're saying a 40% fee and $5,000 implementation. I just can't approve a blank check because you haven't been able to provide me any kind of numbers. I didn't see any of those reports in there. I know I had emailed in a whole lot of questions on this, and I didn't get the answers I needed. So it is definitely going to be a no without the information I need to support. Right now, it looks like a blank check, and it looks like initially probably almost $350,000 just to get this up and running, and I just can't approve that right now.
Finance, is that correct?
It is not correct. The implementation is.
Is it 80,000 a quarter, or is 80,000 total for a year?
So what we're saying is going to cost about 240,000 a year. If we would send the quarterlies to the 3,000 businesses. But we're not going to be doing that. That is not what we're going to be doing. We're just asking for 80,000 additional from reserves. We had already budgeted the 44,000 in our budget in the finance department for business license administration. So we're just asking for an additional 81,000 from reserves in order to move forward with this agreement.
Total.
Correct.
So there is no quarterly 80,000.
No, everything has been budgeted for. It's only an additional 81,000.
What's the status with the vendor right now? Have they been doing their job? Are they not communicating? And how long has that been?
So the vendor has not sent any quarterlies. They were supposed to send quarterlies, and those are usually sent the first week of June. And we were notified the second week of June that they were not going to be sending that information over. So we have not collected any revenue from the business license side. That is all general fund. They're not going to be moving forward with, I believe, with doing business with Ceres. So we have to make a decision of if we're going to be moving with them or bringing this in-house or moving over with HDL.
So you mean to tell me that they have money that they have not released to us?
No, they have not sent any notification to the taxpayer.
So the taxpayer businesses have not received any information.
That is correct.
So they're not doing nothing for us now,
That's correct.
unless you pay that 60,000 that they requested, that 65.
That's correct.
When did they send you that?
They sent us that mid-June.
Do we
Rosalinda?
know how many people pay online? Because like I said, I pay online. I file online. I know it's due July 1st. So I don't want to say no businesses have submitted in July. But I'm also curious how many people are filing online versus mailing, because that does affect the cost as well. Because it's $20 a mailing. The implementation fee you said is $5,000. There's also an additional $2,500 for CPI adjustments, 40% discovery, 25% in collected revenue. So it sounds like they're still taking some of the tax base anyways, a quarter of it.
So I don't have the information on how many taxpayers pay online, but we have people paying online. They also come to our utility billing desk and they also pay. Some of them pay through their mail system. I don't have that information available.
So, okay, so earlier you said that they have not received any money from businesses. Have they?
Yeah, they have not sent any quarterly. So
Have they received any money from our
if
business?
they received it, we have received it. We receive daily remittance every day.
So you receive it automatically? So they haven't been withholding anything?
They're not withholding
Just want to
anything.
make sure. Gotcha. Serena?
Thank you, Sonia, for all the information. I feel like bottom line here, it's either we move forward with this or we hire in-house. And if we hire in-house, it's going to be more than the $81,000, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, that would be $240,000 a year. Hiring in-house would that be more than $240,000 a year? It's going to be 60,000 a quarter, 60 times 4, 240,000
Yeah,
to get a software and hire, let's say, 2 people. Would that be less than $240,000?
software alone is going to be a while. Plus you have a training that you have to get somebody to, plus you have to do recruitment and everything else, benefits. You're going to be spending and personnel alone, because if you just use one person, it's probably going to be closely approaching 175.
Okay, so we're looking at an $81,000 request now, and then a grand total of $240,000 for the year for this service. And those are separate items, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that, so I know there's a little bit of confusion. That's what I think Martinez, and I want her to clarify. The 240 is what it would have cost if we stuck with the old vendor. Right? Or am I wrong? Now or the old vendor is 240? Old one's 260?
Okay, I'm sorry. In the staff report, it says to fully fund the agreement with HDL companies, staff is requesting an additional $81,000 in appropriations from general fund. So my understanding, and that includes the amount to set up costs and have both scheduled mailings. So that's my understanding. It's not a total of $240,000. It's $81,000 that finance is asking us to
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
break, correct?
I just wanted to make.
Yeah, and my understanding is that then we have a quarterly charge of $60,000.
No, that's all included in there. That is all included.
Yeah, can you clarify what is all included?
So the 60,000, what we're saying is if we would send all the information we receive from the current vendor that we have, and we would send that quarterly, it would be the $240,000 that we mentioned. But we're going to be doing some cleanup. We're only going to send two mailings to the taxpayers. We're going to send this is HDL, you need to pay your quarterly, and another one in April. And our intention is to send all 4 of those reportings in one mailing only.
Mr. City Manager, any chance they find more? We're saying we're going to be doing some cleanup and the number is going to drop, but we don't know what the number could drop to. So we don't know the actual amount we are willing to sign off on tonight. But is there any chance that that number increases and we end up owing more?
There's a slight chance it's going to.
There is a chance. So
But
essentially we are
President-
sort of writing a blank check like Councilmember Vieira said.
Are you saying a slight increase that the cost is going to increase or the number of businesses is going to increase?
I guess both.
If the number of businesses increases over the 3,600, we believe, or we don't even believe we have that, then yeah, it will increase the cost.
And talking to the vendor, because of their outreach they're going to be doing and the cost recovery, they're expecting the city's revenue to increase because they're going to be working very closely with us and making sure that we're hitting every business and those that are not storefronts. So those businesses that are working from out of their house and don't have an actual storefront, they're going to be looking for those.
Sonia, if I may ask a question for clarification for myself, and it may help others. You mentioned currently we send out renewals quarterly. If we continue doing that, quarterly renewals 4 times a year, it would be $240,000. But this new process, we're looking to minimize that to 2 times per year. So theoretically, would that $240,000 per year not be cut in half to $120,000 per year, give or take a little bit?
That's correct.
Perfect.
That makes sense. We'll go to the public as soon as everybody's done. Ms. Vieira? We're not leaving till you get all your answers.
Just reading this, what is the collection service fee that we're paying now with Avid or with the other, I don't know if we're using their name or not. Because right now in the contract that you presented under fiscal impact, it says they collect 25% of the revenue. What is the current company currently charging us or are they only charging the $25 and we're keeping 100% of the revenue? Because that also impacts the fees.
So I don't have that information because we did not obtain an agreement from the current vendor we have because they did not want to move forward and continue in business with the city of Ceres. So I don't have that information of what their proposed was for a new agreement. I only know that they wanted to do a $25 quarterly fee.
Right, but I thought you said we were on a month to month, or Julian, one of you had mentioned that we're on a month to month. So on a month to month right now, if they're not charging the 25% revenue collected, which is under the new contract, technically it may actually, because we may be getting more money if we're getting 100% of the revenue than what we were doing without all the correct information. I still can't authorize a blank check without knowing the information because you keep saying you don't have the data to provide or answer the questions I need to make a sound decision when it comes to taxpayer money.
Based on the information we have from the current provider, they were not doing any of the discovery and the collection services. That is information that was shared in one of the calls when we were trying to negotiate back in April with them, and they said that they were not doing discovery service and collection services. So they were not going to be able to perform these services until we went into contract with them and agreed to their new pricing. So they were not even willing to explore that option between April to the time period until we went into contract with them. So that is not something that we're currently paying for because we're not actually doing.
Ms. Martinez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is HDL the only company that we went out to a bid for, or did we open it up for other companies to try and bring a bid in for the business licenses?
There's only 2 providers that do this here, and it would be HDL and the current vendor that we have. Or there's additional softwares that you can also purchase to help you track the business license.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Aren't we doing some of that monitoring now in-house because some of the home businesses do get the annual fees for their home-based businesses that's being sent directly out of our economics? Because Ann's been sending that to me for the last 12 years. So I know we're doing something internally now and obviously have some kind of way of tracking that.
So that's only with the home occupation permits. And that's the only way. But if you have another brick and mortar, those are not being tracked. Those are being tracked through the third party. And so with the third party, they were not doing the collection services. So if they sent out a quarterly to you as a business owner, taxpayer, they would not follow up. They would just send you the letter, keep sending you the letter, keep sending you the letter. This new company will actually make that phone call to track down that business. And my understanding is if they cannot get a hold of that business, they will send us a report, a monthly or quarterly report that we can go in there and then send out either code enforcement or ourselves to go out there to verify if that business is still in business. If not, then we can close that business, and that minuses that mailer out. So this company is a way that we can work together to kind of reduce those quarterly mailings. And like it was discussed, the mailings we're trying to move to only twice a year instead of 4 times a year. So the cost significantly is going to be, I believe it's going to be a lot less. And we're just asking the council to move forward in approving this contract with HDL. The $81,000 is to get this contract going and moving forward. The more time that we have to come back, then that means we are going to lose money. The new businesses that come in, they won't be able to give them a business license. A lot of the businesses depend on the current business license through contracts and other services. And right now we're getting calls constantly from taxpayers that they're not getting their updated business license. And that is because the current vendor is not responding to any calls. And I believe we just got an email indicating that effective, I believe, on Friday, they are going to turn down their portal. So that means that businesses within the city will no longer have access to them.
Okay, I'm just going to say this right now before everybody else. If we approve this today, there should be no additional request for money unless we review it in the future. There will be some additional in the future, I'm sure, but it's going to come back to the council. I'm trying to clarify that. But how long do you think this will be able to suffice with this amount? 6 months?
It should get us through the rest of the year.
Right of the fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay. That's it. But I know I have 2 buttons pressed. Mr. Martinez, I saw yours first.
Currently, is there any way for a business to pay a fee and request a business license to be printed out and collect it from the city? Or are they only allowed to get a business license from this third-party agency?
Only through the third-party agency.
Rosalinda?
Thank you. And when I've had to call because I didn't get my mailing out, they've emailed it to me the exact same day. So I don't know how other businesses are having. I've had issues with not receiving it, but I've been able to get it the same day. Going on what you had said regarding the home occupancy permits, so we're tracking that now, is that correct? Okay, so we do have a way of tracking our home-based businesses anyways. Okay, and then you had mentioned something about staff needing, they're gonna get a report about businesses that aren't responding, and it sounds like we're gonna need staff to go out, or code enforcement, which I think was only budgeted through the end of the year. Who's gonna be tracking those businesses if they are gonna be sending reports? Are we gonna have to hire staff? Does that become part of your job, or is someone else gonna be tracking those businesses like you had stated?
So those businesses can be tracked myself as I go out and do my community engagement. I can also take that list with me on a regular basis to go check to see if those businesses are still in. And then as I go out, I do have a list. So checking to see if businesses are no longer there. When they do come in for their business license, personally, when they walk in, we do run to check to make sure that the address, if it's a current address and they have a current business, then we ask questions to see if that has closed. And so we're just doing more work on our side to get this cleared up, because when coming in to it, there was just a lot of the not known on the businesses. And so trying to work with the new vendor, I think it's going to be more hands-on for us for the first couple of months until we get them up and running.
Okay, thank you. And then just confirming, it looks like you had stated there was $44,000 that was budgeted in this year's budget, but you were saying it was going to cost approximately $240,000 this year. So we can expect, if we do move forward with this, approximately a $220,000 reserve request?
The 240 was for the current one that is dropping.
I thought the current was 260 is what I have in my notes.
thought it was 60,000 per quarter, which would be 240.
I only type what I'm being told, sorry. But that's why we were asking for Pacific apples to apples kind of thing. Because I thought she is, the second one we finally pushed the question is I have 240,000. But that's if we send it quarterly. If we don't, then it'd always be less. But they're also taking 25% of our revenue, which isn't what Avenue is currently, or their current vendors doing. So I think that's going to impact our income as well if we're losing a quarter of our income base. So that's where it doesn't mean that I don't think that we don't need a change. I just don't think I have the information still to make that decision appropriate. And then just the differences between budgeted and expected, because it sounds like we still have to make that differences for the $81,000, just the implementation. Sounds like we have to do another one, which is going to be another 81,000 about, I guess I'm assuming. And we only budgeted 44,000. So I'm assuming that's about 120,000 if I'm doing my math correctly.
I think just for clarification, I think we've been talking about the current vendor is going to be $240,000 a year, 60 times 4. The current one, if we're collecting twice a year instead of 4 times a year, what they were saying, then we're cutting that cost in half, which is 120. So what they're stated, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Sonia, is that we've budgeted 44,000 for it. They're asking 81,000 for it, and that should get us through this fiscal year.
That's correct.
Does that include the $5,000 implementation?
That's correct. And just to clarify, the collection service fee, that's something Avenue was not doing. They were not going out and doing collections notices to our taxpayers.
Correct, but in the fiscal impacts under collection service fees, it says they keep 25% of collected revenue.
That's correct.
So that means we're losing 25% of our current revenue that we're receiving now through Avenue.
But Avenue is not doing the collection service. They're not, that's when an actual taxpayer goes into collections and they haven't paid, not the actually collecting of the funds.
Mr. Casey?
Thank you. Do we know that the cities, the companies that have business license are paying the appropriate fees? Is that something that we have to work on, Julian? Do we double check, that I'm paying $50 and my type of business, I should be paying $100? You check on that?
So we, the city, do not check on that. We rely on the third-party vendor.
How can they check?
So the current vendor does not do that. But with this current vendor that we are presenting to you today, they have they told us that they have a program or a way to collect those fees. There's a fee scale for the type of business that they put on the business license. So whether you're a retail or a contract, they have been doing this for a while. So they do have a process in place to make sure that they are collecting the correct fees for the businesses, or that the businesses are paying the correct fees.
Thank you. So I've been listening, and it seems to me that we're between a rock and a hard spot. We either approve this or we don't have anyone doing anything. Is that correct? Yeah.
That is correct. Yes.
And so it's kind of disappointing to me that maybe we should have talked about this 2 months ago or a month ago or 6 weeks ago. But at any rate, I would like to go ahead and fast forward, make a motion to approve this resolution.
We just have to go out to the public first. Members of the public? Members of the public on this item? Seeing none. Coming back for your motion. Mr. Casey had a motion. Just looking for a second.
I'll second it.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
I just can't authorize a blank check right now. I don't have the information I need to make an informed decision. Although I wish I did, because I think it's something we need. I just can't do a blank check right now. So no.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
No.
Mayor Lopez.
Before I make this vote, just make sure that that last company that we were working with, that if they have done any damages, that we go after them. Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
Cool, and I'll go to recess. Welcome back, everyone. If you can please have a seat and grab your little bit of chocolate, being courteous, and we will now begin. Welcome back, everybody.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make a motion to reconsider on amendment or item number 21 of the consent calendar. I would like to add to the motion that we accept the item on the conditions that the $81,000 taken from reserves is paid back first once all revenues are collected, essentially making this a loan from reserves instead of just taking the amount out.
I'll second that.
Nope.
Any questions?
Clarification, Mayor. The motion is for reconsideration so that we can open the
21.
item, to open the item back. And then once we open that item back,
Gotcha.
then we can have
Okay.
a discussion on that.
Okay. I have a second. We get a roll call, please, to open up the item and rediscuss. And we're opening it up for
The motion is to open up item 21 again. So roll call, Councilmember Casey,
No.
Councilmember Vieira,
No.
Councilmember Otero,
No.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
yes.
Motion fails 2-3.
Moving on. Item number 29. Okay, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Ceres adding sections 15.01.060, public improvements defined, and 15.01.070, new construction defined, the chapter's general provisions of the Title 15 Building and Construction of the Ceres Municipal Code, and amending the section 15.02.120, section 111, certificate of occupancy, failure to comply, discontinuance of utility service amended of chapter 2, Building Code of Title 15, Building and Construction of the City of Ceres Municipal Code. Mr. Beltran, I should have had you do this. It's all yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Tonight, I'm here to present the introduction of an ordinance to amend Title 15 of the Ceres Municipal Code, which addresses requirements for public improvements associated with new construction and significant property alterations, otherwise known as tenant improvements. Staff is recommending the City Council introduce an ordinance that would, 1, add a definition for public improvements. This will formally identify improvements such as curbs, gutters, sidewalks, driveway approaches, utility services, and street trees. Number 2, add a definition for new construction. This will include new buildings, property developments, substantial alterations, tenant improvements, and certain changes of use. Then finally, you would amend section 15.02.120 to clarify that no final inspection or certificate of occupancy will be issued for new construction as defined until all required public improvements are completed and accepted by the city in accordance with city standards and the approved plans. So why are we recommending this ordinance? There are several reasons for this. First, it protects the public safety, health, and welfare by ensuring infrastructure improvements like sidewalks and utilities are in place before new homes or businesses open for use. Second, it aligns the city's building permit and occupancy processes with our standard adopted general plans, specific plans, and engineering standards, ensuring consistency across all developments. Third, by establishing clear formal definitions for public improvements and new construction, we reduce ambiguity for both applicants and staff, making the process fair, consistent, and transparent. Finally, this supports long-term infrastructure maintenance and responsible growth management by requiring that necessary improvements are made in step with private development, not left to the city to address later at public expense. So how do we determine who may need to complete public improvements for substantial alterations or tenant improvements? In California, the current valuation threshold for ADA compliance in building alterations, structural repairs, or additions is $203,611. This threshold is set by the Division of State Architect, determines when a project's adjusted valuation triggers specific accessibility requirements. If the project's adjusted valuation exceeds this threshold, the building or facility owner will be required to potentially do public improvements. I use the word potentially in May purposefully because when we look at a new building or a big tenant improvement, we need to look at driveways that potentially were constructed 20, 30, 50 years ago. Some of these driveways, some of these sidewalks, they're out of ADA compliance. This is something that we actually do right now in the engineering department with every project. This will actually just codify it. So that way, when somebody asks, although we know we're being transparent, we're being fair, this codifies it so that there is no ambiguity in this process. That's one of the major clarifications that we want with this ordinance. So I'd like to note that this ordinance has no direct fiscal impact on city funds, be it the general fund, enterprise funds, Measure L funds, any of those funds. These funds will come directly, well, they won't come to us at all. These will all be funded by a developer that is getting a new tenant, whether big or small. It sets that 203,000 and change limit. So anything that's underneath that, we would not require that the owner does public improvements. Anything over that, we will evaluate their frontage of their property to see what tenant improvement or what public improvements need to be completed. So in conclusion, this ordinance strengthens the city's authority to require essential infrastructure improvements, ensures safe and consistent development practices, and better manages our community's infrastructure needs moving forward. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions from you or the public.
Thank you very much. The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone in the chambers that would like to make a comment on this item? Seeing none, I bring this item back. The public hearing is now closed. Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you, and I appreciate the information. Just a quick question or two. Does this bring us up to building code requirements? Because I know there's a lot of changes that have been made recently. And does it also include the CalGreen requirements? Because I know one of our local construction or new, I don't know how to say it, had missed some of the CalGreen requirements when it came to EVs. So would that be included in there? So it's already in the ordinance and not something.
So with regards to anything on site, that is building code and energy code related. This has to do with public infrastructure. So no, it would not do anything as far as changing building code, adopting building codes, anything like that. This is strictly so that if you have a new building, if there's sidewalk that's all busted up, maybe it's got big lips on it that are trip hazards, we can require them to fix those types of issues. Most of our commercial driveways, for instance, right now are not ADA compliant unless they're a newer driveway. For instance, if you look at some of this stuff along Hatch Road, there are quite a few driveways that are not in ADA compliance. As a matter of fact, the concrete is all busted up. It was something that those developers were required to put in when they first built it. Now it's essentially something that they will need to repair also and bring up to current ADA standards, which may not have been in effect when the actual shopping center went in.
Thank you.
Councilmember Otero.
Thank you, Mr. Beltran, for all the information. So if I'm following this correctly, it sounds like this might get rid of some of the old school handshakes, things like that. It puts more requirement on the developers. Because I think about a situation that we had at Faith Home in Whitmore where there was some sidewalk that was missed that never got put in during the development of Eastgate. So this would apply to something like that?
That is correct. So long as they're tenant improvement or if they were building a new structure, anything like that, then yes, that would clear it up. There would be no ambiguity to it. They would be required to put in their frontage improvements through this ordinance.
Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions? Okay. Looking for action? Yeah, we already went out to the public. So asking for a motion. Is there no action on this? I'm sorry. Am I wrong about that? So we're
The action for this ordinance would be an introduction, a motion to introduce the ordinance for first reading.
Okay,
Happy to motion to introduce this ordinance to the public in its first reading.
I'll second.
roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Number 30, approving the update to the public facility fees nexus study for the city impact fee program and adopting the public facility impact fees schedules. Mr. Beltran.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. This is the public hearing for the Public Facilities Nexus Study. Our previous Nexus Study was originally adopted in July of 2010 and amended in 2013. We have hired a consultant, Harrison Associates, to develop this new Nexus Study. And I'd like to introduce Adam Marston with Harrison Associates, and he will be giving the presentation tonight. Thank you.
I don't think his mic is on.
Better? Apologies. Thank you, Mr. Beltran. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Adam Marston. I'm with Harrison Associates, and I am the project manager for this specific Nexus Study update. I've been working with the city for the better part of the last year, calculating these fees, doing community outreach, and I'd like to present that for you today. Seems to not have loaded properly.
We'll excuse this as we resolve this ancient technology. Thank you. 1 minute recess. Thank you very much. We are now back. We have resolved that issue. Thank you, sir, for your patience and your technology experience.
Thank you. So before I go into this specific update, I want to give a little bit of a background as to why development impact fees, why are they important, and a little bit of guidance in terms of what the legal requirements are guiding development impact fees. So impact fees are important because they ensure that new development pays their fair share of public infrastructure without burdening existing residents and taxpayers. Development impact fees are calculated to equitably distribute the costs related to new infrastructures based on the impacts created by the new developments. And it balances the fee levels with the economic growth requirements and desires of the city. Why are the fees being adjusted? Fees are adjusted because if the fees are outdated, they will provide insufficient funding to build the necessary public infrastructure to serve the new developments. As Mr. Beltran mentioned, the fees were last comprehensively updated in 2010 and then amended in 2013 with the addition of the water and wastewater master plans in those updated fees. Since that time, there have been significant updates in public infrastructure costs, development projections, assumptions that go into the calculations themselves, and additional new master plans that have been recently completed. Furthermore, there's been changes in legislative requirements, and methodologies now have to comply with Assembly Bill 602, which went into effect in June of 2022. So in general, development impact fees are imposed by a local government on new development to offset their demands on public infrastructure and to ensure that public infrastructure is sufficient to serve the needs of that new development. Governing laws for development impact fees fall under AB 1600, which is also known as the Mitigation Fee Act, and that's codified in Government Code Section 66,000. Fees are established on a new development's fair share basis based on a rational nexus test. They are one-time fees on new development that is typically paid at building permit issuance. They only include the costs attributable to that new development. They can only fund capital costs. We cannot spend any of these funds on rectifying existing deficiencies, operations, ongoing maintenance, or salaries. And the fees must be used for the projects that they were collected for. So the capital improvement project that we're going to adopt tonight is what those fees can be expended on. Specifically, in July of 2022, AB 602 made several amendments to that state legislation, which encourage agencies to collect these fees no longer on a per unit basis, but on a per square foot basis for residential units. And the Nexus study must identify the existing level of service provided to existing development for each public facility, as well as identify the proposed level of service included in the Nexus study and include an explanation as to why that new level of service is necessary. It also requires that the agency include a capital improvement plan for adoption with the Nexus study. And it also requires that Nexus studies must be updated at a minimum every 8 years. Jurisdictions can update them more frequently, but at a minimum must be updated every 8 years. So the purpose of this update was to satisfy the AB 1600 requirements, as well as the AB 602 guidance, and to provide the necessary technical analysis to support the adoption of updated fees. These fees, if council adopts them tonight, will be effective 60 days after this action pursuant to the Mitigation Fee Act. And so the changes to the fee program since the last update is into compliance with AB 602, the residential fees have been calculated on a per square foot basis. Non-residential development will still continue to be collected on a per 1,000 square foot basis. We've eliminated the citywide drainage fee through discussions with Public Works, and that those improvements are specific plan related and will be required to be constructed by the developers in those specific plans, so it does not require a citywide fee. We consolidated the existing municipal facilities, information technology, and community facilities fee into a single general government facilities fee to allow additional flexibility into how those funds can be expended. And we also added an administrative fee, which already existed to an extent as a percentage of each individual fee. However, we are creating that as a overall new fee category to ensure that there is a flexibility to administer all of the funds comprehensively and to fund the required updates on an 8-year basis. Additionally, we updated land use, facility costs, level of service, and methodology to bring it into compliance with current government code requirements. We had multiple coordination meetings with each of the city departments that are subject and benefiting in funding the improvements from these fees. We also had significant coordination with the Building Industry Association, specifically meeting with the Building Industry Association of Greater Valley and John Beckman, and went back and forth on a number of the costs and facilities included in the study to ensure that we had compliance with the Building Industry Association and that they were on board with these fee increases. Generally, there are 3 methodologies that are accepted for Nexus studies, these being the existing inventory method, the planned facilities method, and the system plan method. The basis of calculation for each of these varies depending on the data that we have to support that fee. So for the existing inventory method, we look at the existing facility to population ratio. We will typically use that when we don't have a long-term plan in place. Its key advantage is it maintains the existing level of service provided to current development and continues that forward as new development comes into the city. Some of the key considerations here is if that existing level of service is low, we are going to continue to perpetuate that low level of service. So that's something that we evaluate as we are determining if that method is appropriate for a specific fee. Planned facilities is done on a ratio of what capital improvements the city has identified as necessary to serve the identified development. Typically, this is identified in a adopted CIP or a master plan. It defines what that long-range planning is going to be, what the facility needs are, as well as detailed cost estimates for those. And it reflects the actual future facility needs. However, it does require regular updates to make sure that that information is still current, and we are continuing to fund that as development occurs. The system plan method is essentially a combination of the two, where we look at the existing facilities as well as the planned facilities. This is typically used for integrated system facilities, such as water facilities and sewer facilities, as well as transportation. That ensures that we're spreading those costs to all development, whether it's existing and future, at their own fair share, depending on what their demand factors are. This next slide talks specifically about the methodology that was used for each of the proposed fees. So the police facility uses the existing inventory method, as well as the fire protection and general government facilities. Parks and Recreation uses a planned facilities method based on the adopted general plan standard of 4 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. Transportation uses this system plan method. Wastewater uses a planned facilities. Water uses planned facilities. And then in the administrative fee, it is a 5% markup on each of those fees. So you would take each individual fee and add 5%, and that would go into the admin fee. This is, I apologize for this being so small for the people on the screen, but this is the summary of the proposed fees. I won't go through each individual fee category and read the dollar amounts out, but this is the proposed fee for each of the fee categories that we are proposing. The only exception to the fee per square foot is the water meter fee and the water capacity fee. That is done based on the meter demand. This is a requirement that is not subject to AB 602. Water and sewer fees are not subject to that specific legislation. It is more equitable and generally accepted by the building industry to collect water fees on a per meter basis, which is more reflective of their water demands. This is a comparison between the City of Ceres' existing residential fees versus what we are proposing. So for single family homes, each individual category is changing on a varying percentage based on the number of assumptions of the last study to what is changing now, the facilities that we are funding. But as a comprehensive for single family residential units, that fee is going up 65%. And then for multifamily units, that fee is going up by 56%. Conversely, this next slide shows the non-residential fees which are collected on a commercial land use, an office land use, and an industrial land use. Commercial fees are going up across the board by 39% and varying at each individual fee category depending on, again, the demand factors that go into this, population, employment factors that are all outlined in the study itself. Office is going up 82%, and then industrial is actually going down by 22% because when we updated the demand factors of the employees per 1,000 square foot based on current standards, that number has gone down as we've seen more technical innovation in the industrial space where it's required less employees per 1,000 square feet. And then I'll go through each of the individual fees to show how we calculated these items. So for the police, existing level of service, this was taken from city provided insurance valuations, fleet service maintenances, and inventories. The city is currently providing $17.2 million in police facilities, including vehicles, equipment, so on and so forth. The city's current existing service population, including residents and workers who are weighted at a percentage of a resident based on the number of hours that they typically would spend in the city, is 55,154, which results in an existing level of service per resident of $312, and for a worker of $115, which also reflects that number of hours that they spend in the city. And that results, as we take that cost per resident, we spread that to first a fee per unit, which is based on the anticipated number of residents in a single family home or multifamily home, and then to non-residential land uses based on the number of employees we anticipate per 1,000 square feet. That average unit size is then divided by a typical unit size for the city of Ceres to determine a cost per square foot. And that is done for single family and multifamily. The fire level of service follows the same analysis and calculation using the same data sources. So it spreads the approximately $15 million of existing fire facilities, which includes the fire stations, vehicles, apparatuses, and equipment, to that same service population to yield the cost per resident and cost per worker, which is then spread using the exact same methodology to the first a fee per unit and then divided by the average unit size for that development type for residential land uses to determine a fee per square foot. General government facilities follows the exact same analysis that includes things such as City Hall, Public Works Corporation Yard, all of the administrative vehicles, equipment, and things of that nature are all included in this calculation. So of the $27.2 million, that is then spread to that same population to determine the cost per resident and cost per worker, which is then using the exact same assumptions as the previous fees spread to a cost per unit and then subsequently to a cost per square foot. Parks is where we have our first change, where we are looking at the adopted general plan standard of 4 acres per 1,000. So we've calculated based on the anticipated development that we have in the city, which was taken from the specific plans and working in conjunction with the community development department to develop those development projections, have identified that at the build out of those plans, we will have an additional 31,000 residents in the city of Ceres. So based on that fact, we need to fund $124 million of parkland, which suffices that 4 acres per 1,000, and then takes the cost per acre to amenitize that land to determine that $124 million. And then that is simply divided by the anticipated future service population to determine a cost per resident and cost per worker. This factor for cost per worker is slightly different just based on the daylight hours and the access that a worker may have to parkland based on their work schedule during the times that parks are typically open and available to the public. Once we've calculated the cost per resident or cost per worker, that is spread using the exact same assumptions as the other fees to get to a cost per unit and therefore a cost per square foot, dividing by the same assumptions. Transportation is based on the trip generation rates for each land use. We've anticipated that for transportation, we originally used the system plan method. The system plan method yields significantly more revenue than the city has capital facility projects for. So we've transitioned to a planned facilities method based on the anticipated capital improvement needs to switch from the system plan method to the planned facilities method, which we're spreading $76 million of future capital improvements to an anticipated net change in trips from existing conditions to the build out conditions of the city, which then results in a fee per trip of $5,379, which is then spread using the anticipated trip generation rates from the Institute of Transportation Engineers to each land use to determine first that cost per unit for residential units, and then divided by the same assumptions to determine a cost per square foot. Water uses a very similar method, with the only exception being the system plan method. So we looked at the anticipated improvements from the water master plan, as well as we also inventoried and provided replacement costs to all of the city's existing pipes, wells, pump stations, and existing water system assets, as well as the city's existing fund balance to determine what the total build out valuation and facility needs would be. We then spread that based on the total growth in the city of cost per EDU, and determines that that cost is done on a per EDU, which is for water is done on a per acre basis. So then it calculates the cost per residential unit at $11,000. And then that uses water meter flow factors to spread that to different meter sizes. And that comes from the AWWA manual that determines what the hydraulic capacity of those meters is. Wastewater follows the exact same methodology of the water improvements, where we took the capital improvement projects from the wastewater master plan and then subsequently updated this slightly to remove a couple of projects that were determined to be far out in the future and not necessary at this time. That is one phase of the wastewater treatment plant, which ultimately brought the wastewater fee down significantly from our original calculations. So once we've determined that cost per EDU, it then follows a similar factor to water, where we spread it based on the EDU factor to get a total cost per acre, using the density assumptions from the general plan, get to a cost per unit, and then divide that cost per unit by the density assumptions to determine a cost per square foot. And with that, I appreciate your time and am welcome to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. We'll now open this to the public. Is there anyone in the chambers that would like to make a comment on this item? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Bring this item back to the council for any questions. Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that these are anticipated costs. Were they based on trends? Are they based, do they include increased anticipated costs, such as raises that we expect our employees, or raises that we expect in contracts? Because it sounds like we have some contract increases, and how that was going to be budgeted, or is there anticipated time frame in which this should be reviewed again? Those are my initial questions.
So development impact fees cannot be used to fund salaries. So that doesn't play into the fact. All we are funding with these is the actual construction costs of those facilities that are necessary to serve new development. The actual maintenance and operations of these would be funded out of their enterprise funds or other general fund contributions that are currently funding. For example, police is going to fund out of their operating funds, fire is going to fund out of their operating funds, and so on and so forth for each of those. So yes, we are only funding capital improvements, not salaries and maintenance.
Okay, so with that said, where did some of these numbers, because like Station 1, it looks like it has 4.3 million. So where did that number come from?
So the city hired a consultant, which was Asset Works, who did an appraisal of all the city's existing valuations for insurance purposes. That's where those valuations are derived from. And that list was from 2023.
2023. Okay, so those are what it was worth 2 years ago, then based from Asset Works.
Correct.
Okay, and then these are based for new construction.
Correct. That is our understanding. That is the replacement cost of those facilities.
Perfect. And these fees would impact just upcoming construction. Or
Correct.
new.
These fees only are paid by future development as they come into the city. So if you had a vacant lot and someone was going to build a home on it, they would pay a fee. There is language, because we are switching to a fee per square foot, which is a change from AB 602. As someone's coming in, if they were doing a residential expansion, they would be subject to a fee for the number of square feet that they are expanding on.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Otero.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have I have a couple questions, but first off, for Mr. Beltran, in policy alternatives under the staff report, it says something about, I didn't know if that was related to the Nexus study or if that was supposed to be different language. It says council approval of the project list is required prior to consideration and approval by the California Transportation Commission. Is that?
That is a typo.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing something there. So for existing projects that are going to be coming in, like I know with when I was on planning commission, there was developers that had to ask for continuances for new housing development, things like that. Are they going to be impacted by these fees, or are they already like locked into developing?
So the fee is determined at the time when you pull your building permit. So if you already have pulled your building permit, you are not going to be subject to the new fees. And like I said, these fees do go into effect. There's a requirement under the Mitigation Fee Act. There's a 60-day waiting period from council's last action before these fees go into effect. But after that 60-day period, any developer or any resident coming in to pull a building permit for an addition or new construction would be subject to these fees.
Okay. And I guess the reason why I asked that was because I just want to make sure that all of a sudden we're not going to have developers pulling out because their fees are increasing and now those lots stay vacant. So.
Yeah, thank you for that. We do not want developers, builders, anybody who's going to develop within the city of Ceres to pull out. I think it's important to note that under the current fees, I mean, we have, I think, 13 housing developments that are all approved that have yet to move anywhere, even with the current fees. We don't anticipate through our conversations with the BIA that we will be essentially scaring any developers away by raising the fees to current rates.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you, Mayor. One last question, I guess. How does this compare to the cities around us?
It's a great question. And it's one of the biggest challenges we have when we compare these fees, because each adjacent city has different infrastructure requirements. They may collect different fees. They may have different fee categories. We do our best to do a prototype comparison. The other thing that we always consider is when the last time these fees were updated. So we did do a comparison across all, let me pull this up in front of me here so I have it. So we did do a comparison between the city of Turlock, Patterson, Oakdale, Modesto, and Riverbank. The proposed fees are higher than all of those. Most of them have not updated fees to being compliant with new legislation. A large majority of them are from the late 2010s. The only one that is currently going through the process is the city of Turlock, and I am not aware that they have actually adopted their new fees yet. I know that they hired a consultant and are evaluating this process as well. And then we are actually currently doing the same for the city of Modesto, which the fees have not moved forward at this time. We're still in the process of calculating what that number will be.
Thank you.
Any additional comments from the council? Go out to, well, we already did, right? Okay, so now we are back for motion. Anybody wants to motion? It's always you, Mr. Mayor.
Make a motion that we approve this item.
This is just a first reading, correct? Just a motion to accept the first reading?
This is a resolution. Adoption of the resolution would implement the approval for the new fee schedule. They won't take effect for 60 days, but this would be approval of the new fee schedules.
No second?
I'll second.
Okay. Sorry about that. Wanted to clarify. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to referrals. We'll start with the existing referrals. Thank you, by the way. 31, digital billboard ordinance requested by Vice Mayor Martinez on June 9th, 2025. It's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As it stands, our city currently has no policies or regulations in place when it comes to digital billboards. Since these are becoming more common across our surrounding communities, I think it's time that we put a framework in place, or we'll run the risk of falling behind and potentially having to overregulate them in the future. This is just about being prepared and giving staff an opportunity to bring back best practices for us, assess impacts on aesthetics and safety and revenue potential. So that's what this is for.
Thank you very much. Public comment is now open. Is there anyone in the chambers that'd like to make a comment on this item? Seeing none. Public comment is now closed. I bring this item for council discussion, questions, or consensus. So this is strictly for consensus only.
The consensus would be, if the consensus is there, is to have staff evaluate and prepare an item in the future, which could include a draft ordinance for consideration.
Okay, I'll start from left to right. Yes, with me? Yes, Mr. Casey? No. Mr. Casey, no. Okay, thank you very much. You got that? Okay, moving on to item number 32. Historic downtown signage requested by Vice Mayor Martinez on June 9th, 2025. Sir?
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. So right now, there are currently no welcoming or directional signs in the city at any of our major entrances directing people towards our downtown. So I just figure this is something we can do. I don't know if it'd be like a parks project or engineering, but signage can help guide visitors to our local businesses downtown, create a stronger sense of our community down there. So I'm just asking that we explore some options to find attractive, appropriately branded signage at our key points of entrance, pointing people downtown and reflecting who we are as a city and what we have to offer them.
Thank you very much. Public comment is now open. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to make a comment on this item? Seeing none, bring this item back for consensus. Left to right. Yes, yes for me. Yes. Mr. Casey? Yes, okay. Thank you very much. You got that. Item number 33, Military Banner Committee, requested by Councilmember Otero via the city manager on June 25th. It's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So our city once had the Military Banner Committee. This was something that I believe Mayor Lopez had brought forward. And I appreciate all the banners that we see along downtown and on Hatch Road. But it seemed like this committee, just kind of disappeared. And I personally believe that was a mistake. When we choose to honor our veterans and our active service members, this can't be a temporary thing or just symbolic. We have to engage the community and we have to make it an ongoing community effort. This is owed to all the families that live in our community who have either active service members or veterans in their homes. So I would like to propose that we do reestablish the existing committee, make this a year-round effort where our city has military recognition, support, outreach. We can identify services that some of our veterans may need in our area. It's going to have to be a community partnership. I would also like to propose with this that I would be I would like to have 2 council members at least on this committee. I would like to propose that I would be one of those council members. And I'm sure we would talk about that more if everyone agrees about bringing this committee back. I don't think it needs the name Military Banner Committee. It could be something like Veterans and Citizen, Advisory Committee or Military Committee, something like that.
Public comment is now open. Is any members of the public would like to make a comment? Seeing none, bringing this item back for consensus. Left to right.
Mr. Mayor, I had a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Casey, you were on this committee last before it disbanded. Could you give us a little bit of history on the previous Military Banner Committee?
Sure. The mayor decided to go outside of the committee and make decisions, and there was no need to have a committee. That's why it disbanded. There was no need to have a committee. The mayor went outside of that and made decisions about banners, and so the members said, well, there's no sense to be.
That is actually incorrect. Anytime a decision was made, it was a full council decision. That's what I recall. And you decided to step back, which is respectable, understandable. Here's an opportunity for us to bring it back. and I support it.
We do have a hand raised for public comment.
Okay.
Mr. Yeakley, you can unmute your mic.
Mr. Yeakley, you can go ahead, unmute your mic.
Are you there?
If he figures it out, we'll go back to him. Do you want to mention something, Serena? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just really quick, I want to add in this proposal, I would like to see the existing committee members come back, just because, again, I don't feel like this was a long-term committee, and I think it's fair to bring them back and give them the opportunity again to serve on this. Plus, I think it might make it a little bit easier on city staff.
And I know also staff member was on the committee. You okay with it too? Okay, sounds good. All right, we were just asking for consensus, but thank you for the question and thank you for the comment, Mr. Casey. We were just waiting for Ms. Rosalinda. You okay with consensus? Mr. Casey, you good with the consensus, yes or no? Okay, sounds good. Yep. We're still gonna come back and discuss anyway, so. Okay, so it looks like the next question is any additional new referrals? Go ahead.
I have one. Recently, at I think the budget meeting, the months have been flying by, but we talked about the council members each getting $5,000 to choose from, or to choose an organization that we want to support. And there was a lot of question about it. So we were going to bring it back for discussion at some time. However, I would like to make a referral to consider bringing back the TOT Advisory Committee. It looks like from when I reviewed it, it was something that was that was started before, years before COVID. I feel like that might give us a better oversight of how we're using TOT tax. It's not just each council member determining where the funds go. It's a committee who can advise and guide, maybe by way of having these organizations apply for grants. I just think it's going to be more efficient than us choosing who we want.
I just have a quick question. Nubia, it sounds like two different things, right?
I wasn't clear on that, but
She brought up TOT tax and there was an old
I
committee.
think there's a tie-in in that the TOT committee could step in lieu of the council in using those funds for said purposes. Is that?
That's the tie-in.
Correct, because we were all confused the last time we talked about council members each getting $5,000. So when I was doing some research, I had found that there's been a TOT advisory committee in the past. So I felt that it was important, maybe we give this back to the community to determine where the funds, we can use these funds for events, special events or organizations.
But I thought the TOT tax was strictly for
Yeah, and then I'd like to clarify that we had 221 closed session meetings with the city manager. I was never once confused with what this money was being allotted for or going to. So I think grandly saying that we were all confused about it. Perhaps if you were, that's fine. So I wasn't confused as to what we discussed that money would be used for. So I just want to make sure I clarify that I was well aware of what the intent was.
And the TOT tax, I think it's a great idea, but it's separate from that item. It did exist before. I remember before COVID, before I came on.
So would the idea would be to bring back an item for council to consider the creation of a citizen committee for purposes of selecting organizations that those funds could be used for?
Just overall, bringing back a committee to help with oversight of the TOT tax, and maybe that will end up helping us with this solution on which organizations we're supporting each year.
But it's separate.
It does sound separate.
Okay, so just to keep it simple, my referral is to consider bringing back the TOT Advisory Committee for oversight of those tax dollars.
Of TOT strictly. That makes sense, Serena. Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify. Okay, so that's the referral. And that has to come back, right? For consensus, okay. Anybody else? Doesn't look like we have anything else. Okay, we're going to move on to reports. The only thing I have to report is that I went to the Stanislaus County Fair and it's still going. And my favorite thing at the fair is corn dogs and mustard. So hope everybody enjoys their time at the fair, and it is super hot, so stay cool. Any other council members? Oh, we got the lights, the Christmas tree lit up. I'll go left to right. Vice Mayor Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say to Acting Chief Godfrey, good job this past weekend with the 4th of July holiday. I know you're going to give a report on it, but it looks like the PD did a phenomenal job. They were really on it. I appreciate all the effort that every officer put out on that evening. I just want to say thank you.
Councilmember Serena.
Thank you. I will echo what Vice Mayor Martinez shared. It's much appreciated. I actually had a family who said they saw Ceres PD driving around when they were driving to my house. So I was like, that's good. And also to our fire department, who thankfully didn't have any structure calls or anything. But I believe this month is Parks and Recreation Month. So I just want to recognize those who are under Parks and the Recreation Department. And I also want to tell Joey, thank you for the amazing job that he's been doing with his team in hosting events and just getting information out to the public about all our different recreational programs. This shows, your commitment to the citizens of Ceres and also what your staff's commitment. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to start at the top because I do echo what they have to say, but I want to get there. The homeless meeting was canceled this month, so I don't have too much regarding that one. We did have concerts in the park. I was there, I believe, almost every single week. It was an amazing concert. We had a lot of people out there, and I appreciate the community coming out and supporting the bands. And I look forward to hopefully having it again next year. And being out there again, I had a lot of fun every week dancing with the community. And I appreciate everyone that came out and supported. I want to thank the police department and dispatch for allowing me to come into your house and monitor your phone calls, I guess, for the day. It was great to see exactly what the dispatchers are doing. And I was just amazed how most of the calls were non-emergency calls. I think we only got 2 911 actual calls while I was there. But we had a lot of people just, my bike disappeared 3 days ago. And I'm like, why are they calling 911? Like, just kind of it kind of threw me, but it showed also some of the importance of having a response team. And the dispatchers did state that they were really appreciative of the amount of support they had after the drowning of the individual or the young child that went into the pool, and how emotional some of these calls are. And they kind of just shared how great of a family it is that everyone in management really stepped up and came up to support them. And I really appreciate them just being open and honest and allowing me just to kind of just hang out. And we were just kind of really had a really good day. And I look forward to coming out. Hopefully they'll let me come and invite them again and hang out with them. I know I look forward to having a police ride along. And I let them choose who they wanted me to ride along with. I did not choose, so just so the officer knows, I did not pick. I know opinion's always been my favorite, but I let dispatch decide who it was going to be. I did go to a conference this last week. I did have a couple meetings about bringing revenues to small towns, as well as city and grant opportunities for cities less than 50,000. So I look forward to doing some research and hopefully getting some of these grants. There is one that came forward that was something that needed to be written by an elected official and not a grant writer. And luckily, I have experience as a grant writer and I'm an elected official. So I'm hoping that when I go on Ben Doug's ear, I get the okay. With that said, I did join also Supervisor Condit at the Community Dump Day. I was out there for 6 hours. It was worth it. Our community definitely came out. We definitely filled up, I believe it was 15 bins. At one point, we had more bins then the driver could keep up. So we actually had to stop for a little while we wait for the driver to get back. But overall, it was a great event. I also want to touch on the fireworks. I appreciate the drone, and I know I had a lot of comments as well in my community. As you know, I represent District 2, which is on the other side, and we did have some incidents out there. We did have the backyard fire, which resulted in Hackett Road being closed for a period of time with the fire over there closer to Central than it was my house. And then we had one just a few minutes later with the firework that was thrown underneath the car, which caused their airbags to go off and the family to be trapped inside their vehicle. So that was literally a block from my house. So I'm watching all the fire and all the cars driving around. So it was kind of chaotic that afternoon. I had a lot of people come out and reach out about our police and were they out. And they did see the response because you guys were heavily both fire and police in my area with the stuff that was going on my side of town. But I appreciate you guys coming out. You responded very quickly. I was hearing the calls coming in and I was watching how you guys were just kind of facilitating through this area, and I really appreciate it. I also used the 538 loud a couple times, and so I wanted to see how that was working for the community. I'm sure McCann probably told you I left a couple messages there, but I wanted to see how it was working and what happened when you called, how long it came across before it came across the dispatch, because as you know, I have the scanner on my phone. So I just wanted to check out the process and if it worked. So it seemed to work because I think some of the people that at least I heard come through, it looks like the drone went out and actually were able to get a couple of them ticketed. So I appreciate that. And I'm glad it seemed to work and we can follow up offline. And then lastly, regarding the Impala Free 4th of July barbecue, I appreciate Joey coming out as well. He was there way before I was, and I thought I was early. He was there before me. And I appreciate him coming out. And it was overall a great event. There was a lot of people there. There was no incidents that I was aware of, and I was there till the end. The food was great. Everyone was very friendly. And again, I just wanted to thank Joey for allowing this to happen and the great event that happened. And I appreciate everything. And hopefully we can continue having some great events for the community next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Casey, you have anything?
Nothing to report.
Thank you very much. City Manager, you have a report on Lazy Wheels that I requested.
Well, I was going to say, since John Warren's one that wanted to hear this and he's gone, do you still want me to continue or?
Yes, the whole point of this was for everybody, not just because he wanted it.
Okay, Shirley.
We can send him the.
Yeah, on Monday, May 12th, staff conducted a conference call with Housing and Community Development, also known as HCD, regarding the Lazy Wheels Mobile Home Park. HCD explained that they are a regulatory agency, not enforcement. They concentrate on nuisance abatement, not red tagging houses or mobile homes. They said that they'd been in constant contact with the owner of Lazy Wheels Mobile Home and tried to work with him to reach an agreement that is in compliance with the law. They continued by saying that if the compliance does not work out, then they turn it over to the county and the district attorney to take the next steps necessary to gain compliance or eviction. HCD said that they are approaching that at this time. They further explained that there is a grant for repairing the park, however, that is only available if we want to rebuild a mobile home park, not change it to something else, and is currently zoned as a highway commercial. On Monday, May 19th, staff in Nubia had a conference call with the district attorney and his staff regarding the Lazy Wheels Mobile Home Park. They informed us that a settlement has been reached with the residents and landowner. The settlement is a sum of over $880,000 to be divided among the residents equally, and all power has to be restored. And from that point, they receive 6 months free rent. The caveat is at the end of the 6 months, they must move out of Lazy Wheels Mobile Home Park. The 6 months does not start until all power has been restored. HCD estimates that there are still 20 to 30 units still being occupied at this location. Being on a conservative guess and what we were able to find out, we believe the power was turned on July 1st. And so they have until January 1st before they have to move out. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Anything else? City Attorney, anything you'd like to add on that or good?
I think the big question that the council may have or the members of the public is, what does that mean in terms of the city's involvement? So this has been a multi-agency effort. As Doug mentioned, HCD is the state agency that oversees the operation of mobile home parks in the state of California. And their position is that they regulate the use and making sure that they're compliant with general state laws, but they don't act as an enforcement division, meaning they don't they've taken the position that they don't have the ability to red tag dilapidated or unsafe structures. They refer that to the local agencies if it reaches that level. At the time that HCD reached out locally, they reached out to the district attorney's office for the district attorney's office to initiate or look into possibilities of addressing the multiple code violations and unsafe living conditions at the mobile home park. Since that time, the county has gotten involved. They did reach out to the city to see if there could be a multi-agency response. But again, from a responsibility standpoint, it's the state oversees the operations, but they don't regulate shutting down anything that is in violation of building codes, et cetera. However, they have to refer that to an agency before anything can be done. So otherwise, the city would have to file action legally to try to seek authorization because the city independently can't. There's been questions as to whether a city can get involved or not without the state's permission. That's no longer an issue because the state has essentially requested that local agencies work together to figure out a solution to this ongoing problem. And since then, a resolution, I think a temporary resolution has been reached between the property owner and the tenants. So the question will be, what will happen after this? In the event that they continue to have what I'll say code issues following the potential eviction or moving out of these residents, I suspect that the agencies will be back in discussion, meaning the county, the city, and the district attorney's office about what can be done. We now know that the state has essentially given the green light for the county, the district attorney's office, and the city to do something. That wasn't clear early on, but it is now. And so we will be monitoring the situation to ensure that everything goes the way that it's supposed to. And if any action needs to be taken, that's something that we'd be coordinating with the council and get council direction on doing that.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Any additional comments? City Attorney, that's it.
That's it.
We'll go to the department heads. I'll just go down the list and then we'll go with the rest. Royal, you have a Neal Park update. Royal.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Tonight, I'm going to report on the dog park at Neal. The construction of the new dog park at Neal was completed and officially opened to the public in June in 2018. The facility covers approximately 30,000 square feet and includes 2 fully enclosed areas, one designated as a small dog and the other for the large dogs. Each area is equipped with a shade structure, seating benches, garbage receptacles, and dog water fountains, offering a safe and welcoming environment for the dog owners and their pets. The operation and maintenance of the dog park as it involves with the City Parks and Facility Division perform routine maintenance that includes weekly mowing and edging performed by the park staff, daily trash removal, including liner replacement performed by the city custodian, monthly pest control services provided by the Animal Damage Management, which includes gopher and mole control. Daily gate security is provided by Alpine Security, which they lock the gates at dusk and reopen them at dawn each day. The dog park remains open year-round from dawn till dusk. The annual lawn rehabilitation for the dog park involves, in order to maintain the healthy lawn, staff conducts an annual rehabilitation program during the month of April through May. During this 1-month period, the dog park is temporarily closed to the public for the following improvements. First thing, the staff would go ahead and apply the chemical weed spray, followed by the gopher and mole treatment. Right after that's taken care of, the grass aeration will start, and then the sand will be applied to the aeration plugs. After that's all completed, then the overseeding and the ground cover is applied. And then as soon as that's applied, the irrigation is scheduled 3 to 4 times daily to promote growth. Limited mowing and edging performed as needed during the rehabilitation period. And after that's all completed, the staff will reopen the park for public use. In conclusion, we are proud to provide a well-maintained, safe, and enjoyable facility for our community and their pets. And that includes my report.
Thank you very much. I just have a quick question. Smyrna Park, you guys just opened it up, the playground.
I think the playground is complete.
Smyrna Park.
That's Wednesday.
Yeah. And then also, I know that what have we done with Independence Park and that playground that got burned down? Or is it still gated?
What I requested from the staff mayor is for us to get a proposal from a vendor that we use on all our playground equipment. So the last proposal, I shared that with Doug, with the city manager. And it's going to cost us, it's going to be a complete redone. And it's not safe. We barricaded with temporary fencing for now. Looking forward, if the funding is available, we're looking at $170,000.
Okay. Is it your personal opinion that should we leave the structure as it is now, or do we need to remove it as soon as possible? The burn down structure.
Well, that'll be on the direction of the city manager. If that's the case, then we'll be more than happy to.
We need to remove it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's damaged. It's not safe for the kids to climb on.
That's what I was thinking, but thank you very much for that update. Okay, moving on to the next update, 4th of July update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As mentioned earlier, the Ceres Police Department executed a operations plan for the week leading up to and the day after the 4th of July. I'd like to start off with July 1st, though, if I may, where CSO Dave McCann received an anonymous tip through our Crime Stoppers hotline, and he took the initiative to follow up on that tip, conduct surveillance, collect evidence, had enough probable cause to write a search warrant, and had a search warrant signed by a judge to where Ceres police officers, along with members of the Stanislaus Regional Fire Investigations Unit, executed a search warrant in the 800 block of Rolling Oak Court, where they located 500 pounds of illegal fireworks and illegal explosives. So there were 2 people that were taken into custody on that search warrant, and that kicked off our fireworks operation. So we had officers, minimum of 3, sometimes 4, working July 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th to go out and identify those who chose to violate our ordinance and the law by firing off illegal fireworks. So we employed a different tactic this year. Usually we're more of a reactive, we kind of employ a reactive operations plan where we're just driving around trying to find people who were lighting those off. But this year we decided we were going to employ drones to actively go out and seek those who are violating our ordinances and the law. And it was very successful. We issued 16 administrative citations for those fireworks violations. 2 of them were on the end of June, leading up to the 4th of July holiday. And then there was 14 during those 4 days of operation. So a lot of those were identified on the spot by the drones. We would send the officers in and give them specific descriptions of who is lighting off the illegal ordinances and where they lived. And we actually just sent out one of the last citations by mail today, as a matter of fact. So in addition to, like I said, the 14, we had the 500 pounds of illegal explosives and fireworks that were seized on the search warrant on the 1st. So it was a very successful operation, something we hope to continue moving forward.
Good job. Martinez, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say, congratulations to McCann. He's a pillar of our community. He's at every event. He's always very present, very formal, very welcoming to the community. I know Councilmember Vieira and I served with him on a few committees last year alone. So he's a very valued team member, and I just want to make sure that we thank him for his work.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And he's online, so I know he can hear us.
Thank you very much.
So if I may,
Yes, you.
just Councilmember Vieira mentioned earlier the hotline. So just to give you guys a highlight on the statistics and how busy we were on those days, Specific CAD dispatch calls. On the 2nd, we had 2. On the 3rd, we had 4. On 4th of July, we had 87 dispatch calls. And then on the 5th, we had 11. As far as our hotline calls, on the 2nd, we had 3. On the 3rd, we had 5. On the 4th, we had 43. And on the 5th, we had 7. So for a total of 104 CAD calls for the holiday weekend.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Any of the other department heads?
Mayor, members of the council, want to thank you for accepting the fire training tower. We're going to be doing a ribbon cutting on August 5th, and we look forward to seeing each one of you there to celebrate that event. That's a great facility. It shows great cooperation and partnership with the 5 other agencies that contributed to that tower in support of not only fire service and fire protection within Ceres, but Stanislaus County-wide. We had not only fire agencies, but we had the Yosemite Community College District contribute to that event, which will help prepare our firefighters into the future as they train there. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Looks like that's it. We will now adjourn to closed session for conference with legal counsel regarding anticipation litigation for one potential case, California Government Code 54956.9, in addition to a governments with legal counsel regarding initiation of litigation for one potential case, California Government Code 54956. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak in regard to this closed session item? Thank you very much. God bless. Welcome back, everyone. Direction has been provided.